hopefully, is what we'll find out. But yes, okay, Immortal, with your Limit Breakers podcast linked in the description below. What is your first Limit Breakers podcast topic, Immortal? Now that we're live on the Walky Talky channel, to where Immortal hosts this one. Call back to the Kamui hosts this one episode.
So my very first topic is going to be about sorry, I keep saying Kamui.
But it's going to be about Kamui. Oh, okay.
No, sorry. It's going to be about Kawaki's limiters and how strong he is compared to Code. And just how strong he is.
I already know what Oodie's going to say. Absolutely. So go ahead, Oodie. Do your thing.
So, Immortal, why do you think that Kawaki has his limiters off?
He wants to kill Jorah and eliminate any threat in the entire world, just to make sure that, Naruto is safe. And that also includes Boruto too. That's if he doesn't get his karma seal under control.
So that answers the questions of why Kawaki would want his limiters to be off. The question is, as of Boruto 2 Blue Vortex chapter 23 at the end, why are we assuming that Kawaki has his limiters off at that time?
Well, I do have a real quick. My mic's going to be bad for a moment. I'm updating software thing. But I have a question for you, Oodie. Given the way Kawaki didn't attack Jorah in chapters 11 and 10 and 12 when he was just standing there watching and he instead flew away to Hidari, why do you think he had a sudden change of heart? And now he's over here with all right, let's go. Let me kill you, buddy. Why did he change his mindset all of a sudden?
Well, is it really all? Well, I agree. It is all of the sudden, just not in the way that you think. Because I think in chapter 11, 12, 13, whatever, I think it's consistent as opposed to now where it's different. Because in chapter, 2, chapter 3, when he sees Boruto and Code sitting there, he doesn't attack Code first thing first. No, he attacks Boruto first things first. Wow, just like in chapter 11, 12, 13 or whatever, when he's ignoring Jorah to go to Boruto's location.
He wasn't attacking Boruto, though. He was attacking Hidari.
He would have attacked Boruto.
No, he had already he knew he couldn't win because of chapter 9. He'd already been beaten up by Boruto. That would have played into his changed mindset in chapters
why wouldn't that have? Why wouldn't him leaving in chapter 2 or 3 or whatever not change his mindset there, or even in chapter 7 or 8? So it's consistent.
Well, for one, he doesn't yet know that he's way bigger than Boruto. And two, attacking Boruto was strategically more sound because Code had already been defeated from his perspective.
Okay. Well, Hidari had not yet been defeated.
That's why he defeated him and then didn't attack Boruto, and he never attacked Jorah. So the question is, why did he change his Jorah feelings?
Well, I don't think he has changed his Jorah feelings, considering he did attack Jorah in chapter 8 or 9.
Yeah. After that, he lost, and he didn't attack him in chapters 10, 11, 12, and 13.
Yeah.
So why is he attacking him now?
Priorities.
What's the difference? What made him prioritize just ditching Jorah in chapter 11 to go for Hidari?
Well, because Hidari was going after all those other people.
No, he wasn't. He was going after Sarada, who Kawaki himself tried to kill. He doesn't care if Sarada dies.
Well, he was also going after Konohamaru,
who Kawaki doesn't care about.
I mean, to be fair, we didn't see what happened. Maybe Kawaki just got lost. Maybe he just flew in a circle on accident thinking he's flying after Jorah. We don't know.
No, he didn't. That is ridiculous, and you know that.
But to be fair, on a real note, we didn't see what happened off screen. Delta could have said something. We don't know.
It's definitely possible, for sure. That being said, I would find it rather odd for them to have not told us by now.
Well, Kamui, I agree, but I also find it rather odd that Mitsuki is listening to Konohamaru instead of going after his son in chapter 23. So I guess people just listen to other people in this universe now. Ikimoto just retconned characters into doing that.
I mean, I'm not gonna say you're wrong.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Okay, I should be back to my other mic again. Is this working real quick?
Better, yeah. Well, besides, Kamui, even if we consider Ikimoto's part 1 story, and I'm just going to assume that Ikimoto wrote this part of the story, to where Kawaki's already technically lost, quote-unquote, to Borushiki. He knows he's weaker than him, so why is he fighting him in the Code Arc?
Say that again, sorry. I'm trying to figure something out right now.
So why would Kawaki fight someone who he agrees is stronger than him in the Code Arc? Wouldn't that be inconsistent with his character?
At what point are you referring to?
Well, first of all, he fights people all the time that are stronger than him and all over.
No, but real quick. Which Kawaki at what time fighting who?
Borushiki. In the Code Arc.
Before he got his karma back, you mean?
Yeah.
With desperation, Naruto.
Okay.
Was there.
Well, considering what he does in the prophecy arc,
Naruto's involved.
Considering his motivations from the prophecy arc haven't changed, don't you think he'd be pretty desperate into Blue Vortex?
Well, Naruto's safe for one thing, but so he's not going to act as recklessly. I mean, he acts decently reckless, obviously, but like he's not as reckless as when Naruto's right there and in danger.
Naruto was safe as soon as he was still in Daikoken. Everything Kawaki did that was reckless was after that in the prophecy arc.
Stop. Where'd you get this?
Hi, Sauron.
What?
I think he's talking to his dog.
Okay, real quick, because there's a button here that I don't know if it changed. So just really quick, can you just tell me if you notice any difference between what I'm doing right now and this here? Does it sound any different? Did anything happen? Is it identical as I switch back and forth between? Okay, then I'm not gonna worry about it. I don't remember what the thing does, and I was trying to figure out through the app, and the app is not working, so it's not helping me figure this out. And I don't know what to do.
Okay.
But anyway, Immortal, what do you think?
Oh, what's up, Mello?
We're doing audio tests, just making sure mine sounds decent. That's all. Okay.
Yes, it sounds really good.
Nice. All right. What's the topic again?
We're talking about Kawaki's limiters and how strong he is compared to Code, and just how strong he overall is. We talked about this, I think, on your last stream. We're just talking about it again for my new podcast.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, you're gonna have to rephrase that question again, Kamui.
You know, I feel like
restate that question again.
Okay. So just backtrack. Mello, you know what, Oodie? I think you should ask the question because this is your argument.
At this point, Kamui, you're literally begging for it. You are asking for it, Kamui. Like, you want me to do this.
Well, because it's not that. It's just that I know you're just itching for the opportunity, so I just understand you.
Mello, when did Kawaki get his limiters off?
Right.
Sorry, I'm high as hell, so you're gonna have to bear with me. Say it one more time for me.
The fact that actually might make it worse.
So, at what point in time, you can answer that however you want, at what point in time did Kawaki get his limiters off?
I have no clue.
Well, yeah, I agree, because that answer is not yet clear, aka, hasn't happened yet. Maybe 24, 25, 26, could be somewhere around there.
It requires a lot of speculation.
It definitely does. It's a theory of when it could, since it's something that will happen in the future.
What I can say for certain is that it probably might have happened. What's so weird is that I think it probably might have happened in the pre-time skip, maybe when Amato was experimenting on him. Maybe this could have happened during TBV when Kawaki just, I don't know. It could have happened at any given point.
Wait, are you
Immortal,
guys
just to
asking
clarify.
when he got
Off or
them,
on?
or when
Kamui,
he
just
got
let him
them
go.
removed?
Just let him go, Kamui. and Mello, please. Just let
Oh, I mean, I'm high, and I was like, did I get the
Wait,
question wrong?
Immortal, the question is when he got them off, not when he got them
When he
on.
got them. Oh, sorry. When he got them off. Sorry. It could have happened. It literally happened probably like around chapter 19, maybe as soon as he demanded Amato to remove his limiters and just max up his offensive settings.
And then he probably immediately started booking it to the Sand Village.
Yep.
Wait, is it just a placebo? And he just had them off the entire time? Is that where you're going?
Me?
I don't know where he's going with this question. I still don't understand this question to this day.
No, I'm
Oodie
saying
is arguing that Kawaki still has his limiters
Still doesn't have his limiters
on.
on. Oh my goodness! Oh my gosh! I knew it.
That is Oodie's argument.
But Immortal, I agree with you. I think that's an important question. When did Kawaki get his limiters on? I think throwing logic out the window, when Ikimoto decided he got the limiters on was at some point over the time skip. I do agree with you on that. And I do think that's important when you look at the code arc, especially as he's fighting Borushiki. Borushiki, who's like relative in speed to him or whatever, maybe Kawaki's a little bit more dominant, but he's using Ishiki's abilities. I think based on that fight, it's very clear to me that if Kawaki was fighting himself, he's just going to get badly injured the same exact way as Borushiki was, because it's clear that his offense is a lot stronger than his defense at that time.
Yep.
I'm glad you agree.
What's so crazy is that, I don't know, at first I thought Karma V2 was Kawaki's true power. Maybe it could be a part of his true power when he enters in his horn state, and his power may have been amplified greatly in that state, in the same way Jigen's does when he enters in his horn state, and he just becomes a lot stronger and is just able to utterly dominate Naruto and Sasuke even further than he did in his Karma Steel base form. Who knows? But what I can say is that with his limiters on, his defensive state, his defense settings was pretty much set to probably max. Like, that's where his near limitless regeneration, ability comes from. Maybe that's something that they said in the manga.
Mm-hmm.
That he pretty much has near limitless regeneration, and that's how he's able to survive 2 hits from Jorah.
As opposed to like everyone else surviving hits from Jorah and without regeneration. But yeah.
I don't know. I think that could be an indicator of his near limitless regeneration. Who knows? Maybe if they were to cut off his leg, he could probably regrow it. We haven't seen that.
It'd be nice if we know that, right?
Yeah, because we know he's got. I don't know if this is true or not. I don't know if the anime says this or what. I heard that he has nanites in his system, which allows him to create constructs out of his arms and creates little shrapnels and blades and allow him to do all that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah.
So yeah,
we already know that if those get cut off, it's all fine. He's all good. His original arm isn't affected because I'm pretty sure Sasuke cut off his arm.
That's right.
He didn't cut off his arm. He cut off the.
What he means, but yes.
It wasn't his literal arm that he cut. He cut off his
scientific ninja tech arm, which is what he was referring to, obviously.
And he should have better regeneration than Delta. Delta got her leg cut off or ripped off, or some. She regrew a limb, didn't she?
Well, no, she had the scientific ninja tech thing cut off.
The thing that's different with Delta though is it's weird because Delta doesn't grow the wood-like spiny, whiny, whatever, metal, rock, whatever, earth glop thing around her leg. Her legs just turn into the weird stuff.
I agree.
Whereas Kawaki grows the weird stuff around his arm. So when Naruto chops off Delta's legs, but they transformed into that stuff and then they just regrow back to normal. So it's like her ability is just a little bit different.
Just a little bit more proof that she is a robot.
She bleed.
No, it's not. There's no bearing on that.
Then why didn't she bleed, as Sauron just said?
No, I'm pretty sure she did bleed. Is that anime?
Walky didn't bleed when his thing was chopped either.
You guys gotta be a little bit more
specific. This isn't a real arm.
Said she
bleeds.
So,
okay. In the anime, Delta does bleed, but does that happen in the manga? Ood? Did you reread that at some point?
I'm gonna confidently say no. Without
actually either way, Oodie, Boro doesn't bleed either when he's being his intestines are being blown up.
I don't know what Boro is.
Boro never bleeds.
Okay, but to be fair, you can't say that. Boro doesn't have intestines. He doesn't have an inside. He's completely hollow.
I don't know what Boro is, but he's not a robot, which is my point.
I think we're not meant to take it too seriously. I just don't think they can show that much.
Okay, but I'm just saying, Kamui, if you think that her real leg is turning into a scientific ninja tech, then do you think going into the Naruto fight that was her quote-unquote human skin leg, or do you think that was already scientific ninja tech? That then was replaced by scientific ninja tech.
Let me just go pull up I'll go find the thing that Katasuki explains Kawaki's ability, because
if we're saying that Naruto blew up her leg and her leg is back, it wasn't regen, it just is scientific ninja tech now. Meaning she doesn't have skin on her leg, not real human skin. Well, no, it would
just be she could just have regen. I don't see how that... If she just regenerates her leg, it'd just be her leg still, regardless.
Oh, no, that worked.
What do you mean it's not how it works? Does Naruto have ninja tech hearts because he healed it versus Sasuke?
Well, I said that's not how that worked, not how that works. But thank you for misquoting me.
Pretty sure he did say works, but
I definitely said worked, and I added the D very loudly, intentionally so.
I mean, regardless, it doesn't really matter either way. You can't just say it's not how it works. She has regen, so why are you just assuming he can't? All right. So anyway, this is what Katasuki says. As you have seen, we have detected extremely fine, almost microscopic scientific ninja tools all over his body. We believe they are affecting peculiar changes upon his very cells. His body has the ability to suddenly expand due to super rapid cell division. This is the same concept of regeneration, but it's being used to create new cells in this case, as well as to instantaneously harden or soften. For example, I myself observed him remodel part of his right arm into a giant spear-like weapon and attack a target. Which is also weird though, because Kawaki, I'm pretty sure, now I don't think this is 100% consistent. I'm sure there's an inconsistency, but for the most part, it seems like one of his arms will turn into the weapon. So let's just say his right arm turns into a sword, where his left arm grows the things around the hand. That was fairly consistent. It probably has somewhere where it goes wrong, but generally that does happen. So with Kawaki, are you going to say his arm is a robot?
I thought it was the same for both. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Well, no, he definitely has scenes where it grows around him, and there's scenes where it turns one of his arms into the blade. He might just be able to do it both ways.
Can he just do both?
He might be able to. But it seemed like he generally did it differently between arms. But I do think it's inconsistent there. So he might be able to do it both ways and just chooses to do it generally one way.
Yeah, depending on the situation.
I think it's probably shown to be inconsistent, but in universe, it is one way.
Do you think it's one way for each arm, or?
If it is, I think that's like a subconscious choice. I don't think that was necessarily meant to be intended. It could just be off.
Like when Kawaki turns his hand into the sword, I'm pretty sure isn't his hand still present? He just wrote a blade on his arm.
His hand. Well, again, I think it's in. Okay, here, let me just go look for a few scenes. Just compare real quick.
I mean, it's like Immortal was saying. His whole body has nanites, whatever they are, in his blood. His whole body is a scientific ninja tech.
Nanotechnology? Nanites. Yeah, that word.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one.
Is Delta flying because of
speed lines?
Is Delta flying because of Shibai cells?
No,
I think she already had Shibai cells back when she had the rocket boots, so I hate that explanation if it's true.
Okay.
I think it's probably just because of her her scientific ninja tech body.
A lot of this probably found another way for her to fly off screen.
Yeah, that's one thing I noticed in TVV. She doesn't use her rocket boots anymore. She just flies, which something tells me that she probably might have gotten. Oh, actually, no, not her, but I think the Akibi clone that Amato had in his in storage probably may have also gotten the karma seal implanted onto him. That was also a promise back in chapter 19, but who knows?
Wait, do you think the other Delta has it, or just the clone that Kawaki and Amato were talking about? Just for clarification, which one do you think has karma, or both? What are you saying?
A part of me wants to. Actually, a part of me believes that it's the clone that's within the tube that is like pretty much suspended in her resting state. So that's probably the clone that might have the karma seal. I don't know about the one that's active and just traveling with Kawaki.
I'm assuming that one doesn't have it, simply because there would be no need for Obito to be asking Kawaki to do it again, otherwise.
Yeah. So there's also this, I think they're kind of hinting at the fact that maybe Akibi might become a brand new Otsutsuki. Who knows? If the karma seal does, implanting Amato's weaponized karma seal onto Akibi even makes her a new Otsutsuki, but I don't know.
Real quick, I sent some images in chat. This is the same arm, so Ikimeto has just drawn it in different ways. It just whatever Kawaki feels like, I guess.
Are you showing the images right now?
Well, they're in chat.
Oh, I'll go look.
So do you guys think Kawaki even has that horn state at this point? Does he need it?
He should have.
If he doesn't use it next chapter, if he doesn't use it next chapter, and they're still getting pushed, that I think that just confirms he can't access it.
But the question would be why.
I
know what Oodie's answer is going to be, but that's not what the story's going for.
Not like that he can't access it. More like Ikimoto doesn't want to use that form ever again, and like their apex is just going to be like just karma.
I mean, that would be weird.
That would be really lame and make no sense to me.
Yeah, I was about to say that too. That wouldn't make sense because that is a part of karma. His horn state is
more power.
Yeah, it's just him delving into more power and just
even if the gap is smaller now, it's still more power.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why I kind of brought it up because they seem to be like integrating much closer now. Like they're flying. He can use Kokugan and base. So maybe like the integration reaches to such a degree to where the horn state isn't him diving deeper into power. That's just activation of karma or something akin to that concept.
What about Jigen? Why do you think he would go into a higher horn state in order to get more power if he's at like 100% Otsutsuki with this karma seal extraction or whatever?
It might be something as simple as like vessel compatibility.
That's fair.
Or some kind of
okay.
The whole like Karama Hema thing.
I think
what's the word they use with that? But yeah, that word.
Yeah. I think that if Kawaki can access all 8 Stokes of his eye, he wouldn't need the higher form. But that would be specifically for accessing his abilities. He might still be able to like go into the higher form to like get like a speed amp or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, I'll make one argument that's not a real argument. It's only from a fan perspective. The other would just be actually in series. So the horn state is them using it's the karma's overlaying at its max capacity. It's like they're using the fullest extent of their Otsutsuki's power is when the horn comes out, basically. So if he's not using the horn, it would be weird for him to have been using the full power without the horn coming out. Given what they've already shown, that'd just be weird. And then second, this is the not argument, but argument. I mean, from Ikimoto's perspective, everyone's entitled to their own opinions, of course. But, like, let's be real. Why would he want to just get rid of the coolest part of the karma transformation, the freaking horn, and just say, oh yeah, he's at max power without the horn now, never going to draw it again? Why? Why wouldn't you want to draw the horn? Especially since narratively, it's a good depiction of Kawaki doing being the Otsutsuki killing Otsutsuki thing. Like, wouldn't you want to draw the horn? Like, why wouldn't you? So I would drop the series, man, if they to get rid of the horn.
And he put a lot of effort into the panels where the horn exists. So I'm like, I think he likes drawing it. So I think he would, why not continue?
My thing is, my thing is like the horn state is like just more power, and then you add that onto the fact that he just got his limiters removed, so that's just more power on top of power that he's already, you know. Now he's gaining more access to fight off against Jorah, so that's just like, ooh, that's like a double whammy right there.
So would you say maybe his limiters replaced after the Borishiki battle? Because like that final fight when he got the scar Boruto, like he didn't go into that horn state, if I recall correctly. I was always curious about that. Maybe
yeah, I think what I was gonna say is I think that's a little weird because in the future, in the flash forward scene, well, not really flash forward, the future,
you're gonna eat aqua food, so we're gonna
the fragmented future scene.
Oh, sorry. Sauron, I think we can hear you.
Oh, I thought I muted. Oh my.
Yeah, sorry. I think what I was gonna say is like in the when Boruto was pretty much seeing what Momoshiki was seeing into his fragmented future. I think when you mentioned like that, I was also thinking about the horned state and, you know, him activating it again, but we never saw that for some reason.
Good point.
I was just like, huh. Even I was kind of questioning, can he activate that state again if he really wanted to? I was like, oh.
I like how you
maybe he can. Should be able to, because regardless of what Amano did was just convert his offensive power into all defensive. So, I mean, that shouldn't even affect karma, but even if it does, all that should mean is that when he pulls the horn out, he should have a better defense and better healing. It would just mean that power is funneled towards healing. I don't see why it would limit the horn. I think he just didn't use it.
Yeah, I hope that isn't the case. Because I really do hope that the horn is just, I don't know, if some part of me feels like the horn is part of maybe it's just a state in general, not like an offensive or defensive thing. But who knows?
I think it's just more of the Otsutsuki's chakra. Because, like, think about it this way. When Naruto used Kurama's chakra, the more chakra that overlaid his body, the more Kurama features he gets. First off, it's the nails and the eyes, the claws. Then he starts to get the ears and the red skin, and eventually he gets the 8 tail, and he's like a skinless fox and all that. He just gains more and more features. And seemingly it's working the same way with the Otsutsuki vessels. The more Otsutsuki chakra, the horn grows. So no matter what Amano does, it should still apply. It's just where that power is being funneled into would just change. First it was defense, now it's offense.
I think if they're going to keep the concept of the horn, then it needs to be shown in the next 2 to 3 chapters for sure. Otherwise, it's just going to be like kind of lost, I think, to memory.
I agree. Yeah. And so what you can definitely say though is in the first, so Kawaki only had 2 quote unquote fights before this, and he got beat before he ever ramped up to his final form anyway. Like against Jorah, he gets beaten pretty much as soon as he just activated Karma. That fight didn't last long. Then against Boruto, he gets beaten at base, activates Karma, Boruto runs away. So he never ramped up to Karma 2 at any point. The only thing that sucks is, so now he's probably going to have the chance to. What sucks though is now you're not getting a before and after of the limiters only with Karma 2 versus Karma 2. Because now you're getting Karma 1 with limiters to probably Karma 2 without limiters. And it's like, okay, but now you're adding an extra layer that wasn't there. So it's going to make Kawaki's difference way more drastic than it actually is. Which is kind of, but whatever. It is what it is.
I think it's... I think it's completely fine to phase out the horn. I'm not going to say I hate it nearly as much as Kamui did, clearly. I think it's fine if they just, like, absorbed it in a base or whatever. Shout out Super Saiyan God, to where it's supposed to be, at this point of the series, whenever, especially going towards the flash forward scene, the final fight, whatever that's going to be, I feel like they're supposed to be accessing, controlling, harnessing a higher form of power, more like of a divine kind of being, entity, state, whatever. And to where I feel like it's similar to KCM, to where it's just clean, as opposed to the Ninetales rage form, which is monstrous, almost orc-ish, if you look at especially the Boruto movie and how Fuse Momoshiki looks there, almost like a freaking devil. So I feel like phasing out the horn, which is like more of an ugly thing, could work for like the main characters, and then you just have like other things be ugly, like Koji's eye roll, because he's not one of the main characters and he didn't access that higher
but the
form
problem
power.
is, so then it depends on what they're doing to make that happen, because as we know, Chiken didn't do that. Now, I think Boruto doing what you're saying would make a lot of sense, but Kawaki is like that tricky one, because right now, at least, he's on that Otsutsuki path of power style thing. He's not doing the ninja-y way of things. So I feel like he would be a good character to be using the horn. Boruto doesn't have to, but Kawaki feels like a good person to be using it. As
but at
of
the
right
same
now.
time,
Sasuke, and as long as they give you that, that arc going into that, that's fine. But they have to do that. As in just randomly doing it without saying a word, I'm not a huge fan, especially when it just was freaking cool. And as of right now, would be more symbolic. So they have to add that layer if they're going to do that.
And Sasuke was the last one standing in Shippuden. It wasn't part 1 Rage Form Gaara, and Sasuke's like canonically the hottest character in all of Naruto. My point there is to say that clearly they're not just making him out to be this wrong, ugly character. He's just blind to a certain aspect of the controversy that him and Naruto are fighting over. I think it's going to be the same thing between Boruto and Kawaki.
That's fine. Like, I'm not saying Kawaki has to end the fight in his horn, but like Sasuke went into his freaking Biju Susanoo. Like, Kawaki can use his horn.
Yeah, but then I would just say that Naruto went into the Ninetales avatar, and it's just as monstrous if you want to go that way.
Again, so Boruto can use his horn if he wants.
Yeah, but then that goes against the narrative of your saying of he's being the Shinobi, whereas Kawaki being the Otsutsuki. And I think he can be the Otsutsuki as long as he makes that his identity. He doesn't need to be the ugly, monstrous Otsutsuki.
No,
as long
I
as he
agree.
Adopts
but what I'm saying, I agree. But what I'm saying is, if he's gonna go from using the horn to not, then I think the story should present something that symbolically goes hand in hand with the lack of horn. Like, they should do something rather than just not doing it and nothing else changes. Like, they need to do the extra thing, is what I'm saying.
I think Kawaki evolving the Otsutsuki mindset would just be that in and of itself. They wouldn't need anything beyond that.
But he's got to evolve the Otsutsuki mindset. That's doing an extra layer.
But that wouldn't be like directly in the series in that same exact way that you're describing. In fact, it could have already happened.
Because he would have a mindset that is an evolved Otsutsuki mindset. He doesn't have to say, I've evolved it. He would just have to have the mindset that we can figure out is the evolved Otsutsuki mindset.
Well, for example, you could argue that Sasuke has the evolved mindset of all the previous antagonists before him, but he's not saying, I've mastered Kakuzu's ideology.
It's a great thing I just said that he doesn't have to say that. I don't know why you said that.
Okay, well, I'm glad you agree.
I did have a quick little question, maybe deviate a little bit, but stay on Kawaki. His little chakra rod bow staff thing. Any thoughts about like the psychology of the character? Like, he just kind of shows up. He's using a weapon. Does he feel he's not strong enough? Does the weapon is some kind of additive property in terms of boosting him, or from like a strategic standpoint, obviously, but also, what does that say about the limiters in his current state of power if he feels he needs a weapon to boost himself? And then on top of that, the psychological aspect, is he trying to mirror his like brother and rival Boruto, who is now using his weapon, a blade, more so than usual, more so than part 1? Or is it like what's the psychological thing with his tether to his like father figure Jigen as well? Any thoughts about that, or just
I definitely think
just wants to get it out there? Yeah,
I definitely think either the Jigen or Boruto comparison would be really cool. But to address the kind of the most superficial answer would just be he was stabbing the eye, because that's the eye Juro was charging up, and that was just what he was doing. That is probably one of the reasons at the very least.
That was my only question.
What does everyone else think?
I would say the bow staff thing. I don't know.
I think he stabbed Jorah's eye with.
What I was gonna say was, I think that probably could be something that. It is something that hints towards his evolution. But I think that something tells me that he's delving into this Jigen mindset now that he's acquired more power and he's able to go toe to toe with the top tier like Jorah. So I don't know. That's a very interesting question. Like, what does this like? Now that he's has a new fit and he's pretty much has a bow staff and he pretty much can go toe to toe. Well, not. God, I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know.
I want you to think like. So one thing that really made that bow staff or like the chakra rod stand out really is because one, he has it in the flash forward scene, obviously. So we needed to get to that point where he was using it regularly, but also he was not using it at all at the start for the first 22 chapters. So it's almost like a fighting style shift that occurred almost. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe True Essence is kind of kicking in more with limiters removed or something of the sort. If you go back to like when he had the Horn State versus Boroshiki's, like I understand or something of the sort there. I don't know. It could be absolutely nothing and it's as simple as it was just a convenient thing. But seeing as how the flash forward scene showcases it, seeing as how that was not incorporating his fighting style at all prior to 23, and then like the tether to like Jigen's fighting style, and then also Boruto having a weapon as well. It's just kind of interesting. I thought it was maybe some kind of psychology there, something a little deeper, but I could be completely off.
Yeah, I think obviously next chapter they're probably gonna fight. So the things I would look for is how much like Jigen or Ishiki does he fight, because sure, he had similar moves in like the code arc, but his fighting style just wasn't the same. He wasn't throwing tiny rods and growing them on you when they hit you like Jigen was. He wasn't, doing the freaking lightsaber tricks with his staff like Jigen was. He wasn't doing all that stuff. So if he starts doing a lot of that sort of thing against Jorah, that would definitely lead in that direction.
Do you not think
if he adopts
a
completely
Jorah?
new fighting style, just like a third new thing, that is going to be a different interpretation. So it kind of just depends on exactly what he does.
No,
but
I think he's fighting like Jigen.
I expect him to more than ever before too. But like, we'll just have to really analyze what he does and see how close it is.
I mean, I think currently he is, just straight up.
But we didn't see that much. I agree, based off what we did see, but we didn't see that much.
Okay, so as of now, he is fighting like Jigen.
As far as we can tell, yes.
Okay.
But I wouldn't say he was doing that prior to this chapter, really.
Do you think he would?
Because he was just like throwing big rods at people before, and he just used it as ninja tech arm and stuff. He's not fighting like Jigen.
Yeah. Well, what fights are you referring to? Are you referring to Two Blue Vortex or before that?
Two Blue Vortex.
Okay. Well, he
the
hasn't really had any Two Blue
one
Vortex fights.
is closer, but it's still not exactly the same as Jigen.
I agree. But what Two Blue Vortex
that's
fights
why I'm trying to make the distinction between kind of like Jigen and really like Jigen.
Okay. I don't think Waki's had a Two Blue Vortex fight.
He had a quote-unquote fight, but it's not really a fight.
I'm not going to count the Boruto one or the Juro one.
But it's enough to see what his go-to things were. As opposed to Jigen's go-to. The first thing he does to Naruto, throw tiny rods at him and grow him after he already hit him. That's the first thing Jigen does. That is his fighting style. Kawaki's first thing he does is not that. So it gives you an indication.
I mean, you could argue that's what he was doing against Hidari. We just didn't see.
I doubt it. Hidari can't see anything with his Rinnegan, apparently. So totally. The Rinnegan are useless.
Sure.
But Immortal, it seems like you really wanted to talk about how strong Kawaki is compared to Code.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like he's way stronger than Code at this given point.
I agree. I don't think there's much to debate on.
Yeah.
Based off what we've seen, he just is probably stronger, at least by a little bit.
He should massacre him.
Exactly. I would say the only. I was gonna say the only thing that I would say Code can do to get way stronger than Kawaki is for him to eat that chocolate fruit like he was foretold to do in chapter 56 or so he can become a brand new Otsutsuki and ascend to a godhood and just be able to utterly dominate the universe. Like
I definitely don't think that's the only way he can get stronger, but it definitely would be a good way.
I feel like Code can pretty easily kill people who are stronger than him regardless. He's very slithery.
He does have a fighting style that does allow him to. The problem is Kawaki can shrink his claw marks, so it would really depend on where he's putting them. If he puts them in the back of Kawaki's neck in mid-fight, that's very useful. But are they going to have Code do that, given what they don't have him do?
So
that's literally how he first met Kawaki in the Code arc.
Because I feel
agree,
like Kawaki could just
but that's what he wasn't going to kill him, so that's why they did it.
Yeah, I feel like Kawaki can just use Sukuna Hikona to shrink himself, and maybe the claw mark.
Oh,
but that's if Code ends up getting shrink too.
That's interesting.
That's if Code ends up trying to go through the claw mark when Kawaki uses Sukuna Hikona.
That's even cooler.
Like, maybe.
That is
what would happen?
Happen?
Does Code shrink and stay shrunk, or does he just get cut in half?
Well, I mean, even then though, it's not a long-term solution though, because let's just say he does shrink himself. No, I mean, is he just gonna stay small the whole fight? Because the moment he unshrinks, Code just gets to use it.
Yeah, he's just gonna stay as an ant the whole series. I'm down.
Code won't.
until Code's dead, Kawaki stays tiny. That would be such. Okay, that is so stupid, but it's so funny. It would be hilarious. It's like a little running joke they do for like a couple arcs, and then then Code eventually will die, obviously, so he can go back to normal before the Boruto fight. But like that would be really funny to at least play with for a little while.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
So, unlike everyone else, I'm not just gonna immediately say that Kawaki's stronger than Code currently. I'm gonna entertain it, so okay, let's look at what we did have. Kawaki in base in the Code arc was obviously way inferior to even base Code, and then Kawaki got his Kawashiki thing, and then he's stronger than even the Karma Code. Okay, but then in the anime, he was pretty handedly taking care of Borushiki, but in the manga, it was a lot more relative, to the point that he's really only winning because of his abilities, and because Boruto's waking up.
I thought it was the other way around.
I think it's the opposite. In the opposite, it's more relative. Borushiki actually gets more hits on Kawaki in the anime.
I'm talking about Kawashiki
in the manga
in the Code arc.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kawashiki. Yeah. Momoshiki actually gets more
versus
hits on
Borushiki. I think
anime.
it's closer in the anime than the manga, from what I've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually is, because in the manga, I reread the the chapter, and it's just Kawashiki just utterly dominates Borushiki.
Okay, I'm not going to say he utterly dominated, but he was winning.
Yeah, he is winning, but it's not. Yeah. He's winning, but it's we're seeing that Kawaki in his new state is just pretty much not really manhandling, but he's handling Borushiki pretty damn well. And
he's in control of the fight, but he's not
in the anime where Momoshiki gets 4 hits on Kawaki, just from straight up boxing him.
I'm not going to count it based on the number of hits.
Yeah, but you can't say that but you're still wrong about it. It's the other way around.
I mean, maybe I'm just misremembering it, but how I remember it, especially concerning the anime, is longer. It's a lot more clear that in one it's Kawaki's dominating, and the other it's a lot more close.
Yeah, I think the anime was
that would be the anime version. That'd be the anime with the close one.
I mean, that would give it a reason to be longer. If they're going back and forth.
Yeah, well, no, if they're dominating, then it would make more sense to show the domination, but either way.
Depends on how they do it. Either way would theoretically work for that.
Yeah. Luckily, it's in the pages in chat, but how the way you guys interpret it, that's up to you guys. I sent the pages in chat, so if you guys want to see it, go ahead.
So the thing is, we'll just say for now that he's a little bit stronger in both interpretations, both canon. He's maybe kind of relative, but he's just stronger than Borushiki. He's probably like physically relative, but like with this ability, he's just way stronger. And if Boruto was never waking up, it'd be a lot closer of a fight, though I do think eventually Kawaki would win, especially considering he's still figuring out how his abilities, so over time he would just get stronger. Anyways, in the Code Arc, it feels...
that's why Momoshiki didn't want to fight Kawaki again.
Yeah. Considering Naruto and Sasuke are like stated to be kind of close to Code, Code's really dangerous to them or whatever. And then, okay, so then you have Kawashiki dominating Code, and then if Borushiki is on that caliber as well. But then it's weird, because did Borushiki just get way stronger? Because in the Ishiki arc, one arc prior, like 2 weeks ago in canon or whatever, it's like Deathbed Sasuke is doing pretty well against Borushiki there.
He, at the very least, he just did objectively get a lot stronger because, besides the fact that in one case, he can't absorb jutsu and he can't use many jutsu. And in the other case, he's spamming Master Rasengan and absorbing jutsu willy-nilly. Doesn't matter, I guess. But ignoring that, I think it's just speed features would dictate him being faster because, again, he's, Code's trying to go through the claw marks and Borushiki shoots him and blitzes and kicks him in the face. He's fighting Kawaki at this point. And if Code is supposed to be anywhere near Pat Sage Mode Naruto, Code should do better than Delta, who, even if she's not equal to Naruto, she did fight him. She fought him in that full form, so Code should only do better. And if Borushiki just blitzing, kicking him in the face and stuff, then he should just be at least that full power Naruto level, which is not, Renegon-less Heart Sasuke level, So he just has to be stronger in the Code arc than the Kawaki arc.
That's so weird to me, considering how close those two are next to one another. The fact that Boruto ripped his horn off, the fact he's using the Byakugan suppressant pills.
So I agree. Also, the only real explanation you can give that doesn't seem completely stupid is just in the Kawaki arc fight, Boruto was out of chakra. He just didn't have chakra. Whereas in the Code arc, he took over while Boruto still had ample chakra, and that could be the difference. But the difference is much more massive than the amount of chakra Boruto had. Is the difference.
So I'm sorry, were you saying
and his
that
extraction rate is literally 2% difference? It was 80 to 82. I don't think that's the difference.
Exactly. So were you saying he had chakra in the Ishiki arc, whereas he had none in the Code arc? Or lower?
Other way around.
I think it is that way, though, because he just passed out versus Ishiki. He just used the teleportation. He wasn't really spamming jutsus against Ishiki. Whereas in the Code fight, he was fighting Code, with his karma and everything.
Yeah, but he was using Moboshiki's chakra via karma for one thing, but ignoring that,
I don't think I should drain.
Boruto wasn't gassed out when he had the heart attack, so we know he still had gas in the tank. And whereas, yes, with Ishiki, he kind of just passed out, they made it a point to say, like, Sasuke's whole theory was centered around the fact that Boruto was low on chakra and fell unconscious. And so if we give him back some chakra, he might regain control. That was the whole basis of the theory. Nothing indicates he was wrong in terms of this arc's fight. His plan worked.
Yeah.
So, but at the end of the Code arc, again, Boruto still had chakra. Momoshiki took over. He's absorbing jutsu, not losing control. Clearly, that doesn't matter right now. So I think he just had more Boruto's chakra, and that just had a big difference. Similar now, like Jigen. With Jigen, not Ishiki, but Jigen's stamina was low. He's in karma too, and Koji's able to perceive him and do jutsu according to his plan. Whereas we can presume that when Jigen was, kicking through Sasuke Susanoo and blitzing Naruto and Sasuke, Koji probably couldn't fight the same way against that Jigen. The only difference there isn't Ishiki's chakra reserves. He's got a shitload of it. It's really Jigen's stamina. So based off what we see with Jigen, you can apply that to Boruto to explain the massive power gap.
So
as for why Boruto's, give me your best theory as far as Boruto's waking upness. because he has chakra when he gets taken over in the code arc, and then he just randomly wakes up later.
Yeah, unlike the Boro instance,
that might be actually, I don't want to think of it. That might be a good example of plot convenience right there. He just woke up and nobody knows why.
Well, but there's no reason for him to even be asleep other than Momoshiki possessed him, but that doesn't mean he's asleep. Other instances, like the Boro instance, he was knocked out. The Ishiki instance, he fell unconscious. Here, Momoshiki just took over randomly. Why was he asleep?
So, like Boruto, heart attack is equal as before. It's equally as heart attack or not heart attack. It just happened. So yeah, I don't know why he woke up in the code arc, because it's not like Momoshiki didn't get pinned by the rods first. Boruto started waking up, and that's when Kawaki hit him with the rods. So I don't know why he woke up. He just did.
But
it's kind of plot convenient. I think that's a good example.
Yeah, but either way, we have Borushiki versus Sasuke in the Ishiki arc, and clearly Sasuke didn't want to, even if he was willing to, kill Boruto there. He was doing the chakra plan or whatever. That could imply that he just couldn't take out Borushiki, but I think physically he could, is what he's implying after the fight anyways. But either way, that you also have, on the same terms there, you have Borushiki didn't want to kill Kawaki, which is why he absorbed his chakra in the first place. I think that still applies to this code arc fight. He's not trying to kill Kawaki, whereas Kawaki's trying to kill him. So you could argue something there.
Well, okay, but I don't think that's gonna be the explanation for Moboshiki's power increase.
What I'm saying is it's possible that Momoshiki didn't get a power increase because they never defeated Momoshiki in the Ishiki arc. So maybe he just was stronger than we realized back then.
That's entirely possible. You gotta ask, okay, but if he was this strong, why was he so weary of Sasuke? I get he's weary because he's fought him before and he knows he's smart, he knows he's strong, but if he's strong, he doesn't need to be weary.
Well, whereas he was weary, he was also kind of playing around. Well, okay. I do have a fun interpretation. Like you just said, he knows he's smart. Sasuke isn't a threat because he can defeat him. Sasuke's a threat because he can figure out Borushiki's weakness, aka give him chakra, Boruto wakes up, you defeated Momoshiki. So Sasuke is a threat to Borushiki in that regard.
Okay. I agree with that, but hypothetically, if Momoshiki can't just blitz with the kunai, that's a good way to get rid of that threat.
I kind of cut out a little bit on Kamui.
I'll just restate. So, I agree with what you're saying. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. So I agree with what you're saying, but hypothetically, if Momoshiki can just blitz Sasuke, why not just blitz Sasuke with the kunai to the throat? Because that's gonna get rid of that smart, dangerous threat either way.
Especially because this Sasuke was actually falling over himself in the manga. In the anime, he seems to be in better condition, but he tripped over himself.
Yeah. So the other explanation could be that Code was just weaker than we thought in the Code arc, to where he was just pretty handedly below Naruto and Sasuke, and to where Borushiki and Kawashiki just rise up to about Naruto and Sasuke's level, rather than surpassing them.
That is definitely possible, but the question is, are we just going to say that Delta was way below Naruto in that case? How below Naruto are we going to say?
It could be similar to a Boro, to where it's Code's abilities that really put him on that level, rather than anything else.
I agree, it could be, but they really emphasized his power is the thing.
Yeah.
So that tells me his power should be part of the equation. Unlike Boro.
Did they emphasize power?
Yeah. There were
what?
Kawaki and Abada were really emphasizing how strong Code was and how he's fast and strong. So.
Oh no, I meant sorry, I was thinking about Sasuke. That Momoshiki versus Sasuke fight, after he stabbed his eye out.
Oh, what about that?
No, I was just curious because I think a lot of the time when you have a weaker character, I'm thinking Tobi Rama versus Jubi Obito, where like if you're like sufficiently like intelligent and skilled, it can kind of bridge the gap a little bit. So it might not be like power based. But if you're you're telling me that, then that's a completely different thing. So, yeah.
Well, I was talking about Code just now, so they weren't emphasizing how fast or strong Borushiki was in that fight. No.
I got you.
I don't know about bridge the gap, because whereas I agree it bridges the gap, but it doesn't completely overcome the gap entirely. If Tobirama's not an Edo Tensei, which is realistically the threat against Jubito before he got the permanent Truth Seeker orbs or whatever, he's just gonna continually come back. So it doesn't matter if Jubito speed blitz one-shots, bisects him in half with his Truth Seeker. It's not gonna do anything. As long as Tobirama can hurt Jubito, eventually, if the fight drags on long enough, Tobirama's just gonna win, because he's an Edo Tensei. There's always that.
I was gonna say, thank you, Darashikage, for subscribing to the channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Shout out Darashikage!
Darashikage!
And everyone else go subscribe to Immortal's channel as well. Link in the description below. He's starting his new podcast. Limit Breaker.
While you're at it, also subscribe to us and Mello and Free Game and whoever else. Saran, if he's got anything.
Yeah, go follow him on Twitter.
Heck no, I've got nothing. Follow my Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, but anyway, so back to my analysis here. So if we are saying, I don't know, maybe it's weird, maybe... Well, this is also nerfed Naruto and Sasuke, so maybe Code is, like, relative to them, but, like, full power Naruto and Sasuke is stronger than them, if we're going with that.
Well, okay, but again, are nerfed Naruto and Sasuke relative to Delta?
Well,
No.
nerfed Naruto and Sasuke aren't relative to full power Naruto and Sasuke.
Maybe they are together. Like, maybe they're as strong together as their original selves individually.
Or nerfed Naruto and Sasuke.
Because my point is
the story and the Kurama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Versus Delta. Because the story really tried to emphasize very hard that limited Code was still stronger than Delta. Whether you think it's because of his abilities or his power, whatever, overall, he was meant to be stronger than Delta. As well as Boruto.
The implication is his power, not really. I don't think it's the ability. I don't think
they only emphasize his power, not his abilities. Although yes, he has very hacks abilities, but they were really emphasizing his power. He's supposed to be stronger than Delta, with the limiters on.
I don't know how that Naruto is beating Delta. If she was pressing 6-pass Sage mode Naruto, like he was huffing and puffing.
So then he shouldn't be relative to Code either.
I mean, there's some context to that fight for sure, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
wasn't she
also that would be based on the premise that you're correct, that the story was trying to imply the thing that you're saying about Code. But if so,
I mean, reread the Code arc. Let me know what you think.
Naruto does have his age of wisdom, man.
Well, Kamui, some people make this argument that like because Code took Shikamaru as a hostage when Naruto appeared, that means that like he thought that Naruto could push him to an extent to where he would actually give him a very great challenge, which is why he had the hostage. I think I've heard Kinomaki say that in the past.
I've heard a lot of people say that. They're just wrong.
He
did that because of Borushiki. Yeah. It got Borushiki to stop trying to kill him. That's why he did it.
Yeah, and then I do think Naruto being a threat was a factor. I just think that the Borushiki thing was the main thing that caused him. He needed to find some type of leverage. And even if that was the case, wasn't that Code had just taken an injury like through his shoulder? He got pressed by Boruto.
So
don't do it. Don't do it, Kamui.
well, no, I have to.
Okay.
Saran, you're right. He did get a hole in his shoulder until the next page when that hole was gone and never to be seen again.
Yes, and like there's no holes in his clothes either. His clothes regenerated.
Even though he doesn't have regeneration.
I mean, even if he did have regeneration, that doesn't explain your clothes. So
well, to be fair, Naruto's clothes do that, so I don't know.
wait, they do indeed do that, don't they?
So I don't know how clothes regen works, but regardless, Code doesn't have regen.
Are we gonna say that Code able to turn his fingers into spikes is because of the claw mark Shinjutsu or because of scientific ninja tech?
So we don't know for sure, obviously, but a lot of people would say ninja tech. But the thing is, they're clearly heavily associated with the claw marks themselves because he always consistently makes his big claws. Half the time he scratches with them to make claw marks. If they were just completely separate abilities, why does he need to do that?
None of the this could just be an inconsistency for artistic purposes, but like none of the Shinju do that. So it's like,
well, Hidari's using as a Renegon, man. I don't know.
So
I don't know what's up with the, I don't understand the Shinju's abilities.
But like Code doesn't always scratch though. Sometimes he does oftentimes do that though. Usually I think it's for ground placements. He scratches the floor.
But sometimes
to implant them on trees and stuff, he just tosses them, I think.
So sometimes he swipes in the air, sometimes he like just curls his finger, sometimes he does nothing, but all but maybe one scene. There is one scene I'd have to double check, but all but maybe that one scene, he has always made the big claws. The only scene he might not have is when he like slapped Bug in the face with a claw mark. I don't know what his hands look like there.
To be fair, whenever Code wants to do this, I feel like he would be getting serious for a fight or whatever. So I feel like it's fair to say he's going to use both.
No, there's plenty of times he does it when he's not doing it for a fight.
Well, just as an example, is there any scene of Naruto using KCM where he doesn't also use Rasengan?
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot.
Bro,
many
what kind
times.
of question was that? That was crazy.
You get the idea, though. Like, you can't just associate the two because Naruto uses them both in fights.
Well, you can because he like the claw marks and he has claws and he keeps doing the claws when he uses claw marks.
To be fair, the claw marks make no sense as a name for the belts.
I agree.
Belt marks. The belt marks.
Wait, you're right. Even in the anime, to hit Kawaki with he actually does form a claw.
Yeah, you can't see Code's hands when he slaps Bug with one, so I don't know. His hands are just off panel, so who knows what they looked like.
One hand, even the anime literally demonstrates that like he has one hand drawn with the claw and the other one is normal, and it's the one that he's using to place the claw marks.
Could have been threatening Kawaki. Like, I'm gonna kill you, Kawaki.
Yeah,
okay, well, Oodie, what do you think about when he makes his claws when he's just doing the 10 tails claw grime stuff?
Could be scaring the Ten Tails. You better listen to me, you Claw Grimes, you.
He's not doing that.
You better listen to me, Claw Grimes, you.
I have a question for you guys, real quick.
Sorry.
If say Naruto wasn't an incompetent Hokage, right, and he was actually able to help and listen to his advisor Shikamaru and help Kawaki defeat Code.
Most people do say that.
What would we be like dealing with in terms of conflict right now? Like, cause like the Shinju come from Code. If Code's defeated, then that's not even an issue. I guess Ada, Damon, Kawaki maybe, but like I'm just like, if Code wasn't around, if Code didn't do what he did, like this isn't like kind of a boring little era. This little stretch.
Well, to be fair, I suppose this situation just assumes Code doesn't just pull out Damon sooner.
Yeah.
Because if Naruto's pressing him too, he might just pull out Damon faster. But if we're assuming he doesn't, he just dies, then Kawaki just is the threat, I guess.
And like Damon would want to fight because he didn't even know what was happening, but like as soon as he saw people scrapping, he was like, I wanted to fight. So like they would all just die. So no matter what.
Well, Damon wanted to fight anyways. Code just slammed him back into Ada anyways.
Because that's like Ada asked him to.
Just curate the hypothetical to get to the conclusion. But yeah, that's how you do.
But
maybe
yeah,
probably would be Kawaki or whatever endgame threats show up.
But no, Kawaki would still be antagonistic towards Boruto, so Kawaki would be the threat, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but like
Kamui
we know
would say.
we know there isn't any like there's no other villain. Like just take what we see now. Because if there were, we would be getting that now. Unless you think like maybe there's a villain right now that's just here but not doing anything because of the Shinju. Act as like a deterrent, maybe.
Right. There's many possibilities. Like
True,
for example, maybe Amado's shenanigans would come sooner. Maybe hypothetical Urashiki revives and comes back and he shows up sooner, like stuff like that. But ignoring that, yeah, Kawaki.
That's funny.
I mean, you could still argue.
I mean,
we still don't know why the Shinju came about. Boruto only theorizes it was Code shenanigans, but seemingly the Soul Thorns aren't a part of the Claw Grimes anyways. They just come from that one random tree, which we don't even know if that is the Ten Tails. We see in the war arc the Ten Tails is just basically evolving on its own, and considering it's pinned down by Jigen's chakra, chakra receiver disruptors, it's Jigen's chakra, they could have just possibly turned into Shinju all on its own.
So do you think do you think people like Himawari have thorn souls?
I don't think humans have thorn souls.
I think it's only Ten Tails-y things.
They compared her to themselves. She doesn't seem very human.
In terms of healing.
Well, didn't Kurama say like they were like one thing or something?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just curious. I'm asking questions. I don't know.
I mean,
cool.
You could be you're right in that aspect. It does seem like she. Yeah. It does seem like she isn't human in a sense because her and Kurama are like kind of one in like one body.
Well, how about this? Like, I'm sorry for interrupting. Please continue.
And I was gonna say it's kind of similar to what's going on with Boruto and Momoshiki, how their thoughts are kind of overlapping each other and they're kind of almost becoming one in a sense. But the only difference is, I'm guessing, in Himawari's case, she doesn't have to worry about her soul getting shoved into another corner of her consciousness. But continue, yeah.
No, yes, and more so like don't think of the thorns. Okay, so I probably just said this. I'm more so thinking like everyone has like a core, right? So like a new concept is being introduced, and Ikimaru is using the Shinju to do it. Everyone kind of has like a core, and then for the Shinju, that core manifests as the thorn bulb. Perhaps for whatever Himawari is, some kind of like hybrid or whatever, it manifests in a different way, or maybe everyone has like their own kind of like core or something akin to that.
Well, I have a really dumb answer you're gonna hate.
Like ninjutsu and like shinjutsu were kind of like a thing that they incorporated. But yeah, just a thought.
Well, no, I have an answer that's not what you're expecting. So if the Shinju have thorn souls and that's their core, what if humans have souls and that's their core? Just remove the thorn part.
I was thinking of something a little bit more physical, but sure, that works, I guess.
Well, because you have to ask though, because like, do you think, okay, hypothetically, let's say there is a physical thing. Do you think for humans it would regenerate the way that like the thorn souls do for like Hidari when he gets blown up?
Well, it depends. So they seem to like vessels, that concept, vessels and things being stored in them. So if you want to say like the soul is like that for humans or humanoids, then I want to know what the vessel is. Or you can say, okay, well, the vessel is the body. Yeah. You can say, well, the vessel is the body. Then I would say, okay, that's maybe. But I'm looking for something a little bit more like representative of like the whole. Because I can just say like their vessel could just be the cells. And then I get to like the reanimation with Kabuto in the war arc, to where you need like physical matter to attract the soul back, the remains. So I'm not sure. Will be my answer. I have to give it a little bit more thought, I think. But
well, the reason I was asking is because like when Nawaki was blown up by a bomb, you know, or anyone else for that matter, we never saw them like reconstitute a thorn soul like object. So I mean, it would have to be like a retcon situation in that case, unless it is soul
kid thing or whatever.
Oh, her little brother?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no Walky or
well, I'm thinking like something like the. Have you ever heard like the pineal gland?
no.
Like
The what?
the third eye, the human.
Oh.
We have like a gland in our. Okay. So it's like this gland that we have like in our like brains or whatever. So we're supposed to be representative of our third eye. That's why in some kind of like Hinduism or I'm speaking a little bit from ignorance here. So if anyone in chat can correct me, this is why you have like the diamond on the forehead and like that kind of in Indian culture, some religious cultures. It's supposed to be representative of the pineal gland. So that would be like a physical, and this is kind of hypothetical, like the core of humans would be like a physical thing, like a gland. And then it could be like the representative of the soul or something akin to that. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. But again, it's all just like little metaphysical stuff. So I could be all over the place. I am,
I mean, honestly, though, now that you bring it up, though, I do think the actual answer is just souls for humans, because in Naruto, like with Amado and his whole reviving his daughter thing, they're making the point that like he can do all this and this and this with DNA, but what he lacked was Akabi's soul. That's the core that he couldn't get. Now with karma, like at least normal karma situations, the soul is in the karma. Like the karma is like the vessel for the soul / the actual vessel, like Boruto. But like that would just be the core of Akabi. I would just say it just is that. And so like with Hidari, his soul, consciousness, everything's just contained in that thorn soul, which then can regenerate his body if you give it to that big tree via whatever reasons we don't know. But I feel like I think the soul is the important part. The thorn thing just seems to be like, I don't know why they have the thorns part, but like it seems to be like the soul is it's contained in there. Now, why maybe humans just don't have that same container? Because like with Hidari, his body's obviously a container, but for whatever reason, if you destroy his body, he gets a thorn soul container now, where humans just don't have that for whatever reason we don't know.
Yeah.
Like it's like where does the Uchiha chakra that manifest to conclude in the shining, like where does that come from, type of thing? Like, but I'm sorry, Phoenix, what were you saying?
I was gonna say, since well, for the thorn souls, for the aesthetics of the thorn soul, it resembling a thorn, I was about to say they are god trees, but then they're kind of also, but then they're also like have claw marks all over them. I don't know, it's a little weird for why they have thorns all over them, but I don't know. I'm guessing maybe just to make it look
maybe
cool.
The claw mark studs are thorns.
Yeah.
Well, with the thorn stuff, I think that would be more representative of like plants, the trees.
Yeah.
So there seems to be like a vegetation theme there. But just in my kind of example, obviously like for a human, it would just manifest itself in a different way. For a Biju or another Biju, like Karama might have like a core or something, something like that. Like not everyone's core is going to be the same, right?
Yeah.
That type of thing. But now we're getting a little bit more into like fanciful what ifs and headcanon, a little deeper than I was expecting. But yeah.
So Mello, do you think that the Thorn Soul is always in the Shinju, or only when they are destroyed?
Give me a second. Thorn Soul is always in the Shinju. I would think that they're always inside the Shinju. Yeah.
So like hypothetically, Sarada could like grab it out of the Shinju, similar to Boro's core.
I would think so. Yeah. If there like something shifting about it, because number one, it wouldn't make sense that it would just manifest. So I would think like the body would be like a suit of armor to protect the core. That would be like the utility of it. Like what utility would there be in destroying the body and then revealing the core? That kind of seems like counterproductive.
But I have a question then. Why do you think the Thorn Soul can regenerate but not the body? Because it doesn't seem like the Thorn Soul needs much protection if it can regenerate.
It may need some protection. It might not need much.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, either way, why do you think the Thorn Soul can regenerate but not their bodies?
Like
without the tree's help, I mean. Sorry,
I don't know if they can regenerate. Do you have like an incentive?
every time Hidari's blown to dust, and you see the dust come together into a thorn soul. So it's either regenerating or it's forming for the first time. It's one or the other.
I think that's chapter 12, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, same thing with Matsuri in chapter 21, I think it was. In her case was a little bit different because she was chopped into like bite-sized pieces, and you see the ash flow. I don't know. It's like I don't know what's going on there, but either way,
yeah, I'll have to see the images.
As ridiculous as it is, I don't think this is what's happening. But it's possible that rather than regenerating or forming for the first time, the soul, like, Hidari's just being smart or whatever, and he's just doing what Ryu was doing by, like, disassembling his body into sand and then, like, reassembling it afterwards.
The problem with that, though, is then that's not an Iron Sand ability, but, like, a Shinju ability. Yeah. And then everything they were saying in the Ryu fight kind of, and also why isn't Hidari doing that, among other things? And I don't think that's what they were going for.
Could have been just hiding his core amongst the sand as it moved. I doubt it, but yeah, I would just have to see the images. But just off the top of my head, what I would say is, it could be either or. It could be the materials that are used to comprise a full thorn bulb are within the body, and then once the body itself is destroyed, those materials assemble to form the whole thing. In this way, the body still acts as an armor, and the utility is met. It's just the difference would be the mechanic in which the manifestation comes about. But that'll be
so I'm thinking it might be closer to the last thing you said there, because so first I'll show you Hidari. You see Hidari I'm sharing my screen if everyone wants to look. Mm-hmm. And so Hidari's, he's got some body left. Kawaki blows him up. You don't really see anything. All of a sudden you see all these dusty particles coming together, and they go like this, and they make a thorn soul. And then with Matsuri, it's a little bit interesting because you see these chunks on the ground, and then you start to see this here. It's forming, and we don't know for sure. But then you also see some of Matsuri's pieces on the ground. So I don't know if Matsuri's pieces turned into the Thorn Soul, or if some of the pieces turned into the Thorn Soul, or if pieces just started forming next to these pieces, independently of these pieces.
I think the first thing I would do is not assume that what's occurring is something that's like something that I wouldn't assume regeneration is occurring or some kind of healing is occurring. It could just be reassembling or inassemble.
I said regeneration for a reason earlier, but in this context, I would say reconstitute. Assuming it was inside them, like in this form, in their it's like their organ, I would say reconstitute. But if it wasn't there, it's forming for the first time.
Yeah, because if it's not there, then what utility is there in having it formed there to begin with? I just think it's just the materials that create it, like I said earlier, and then then just the mechanic.
But Matsuri is evidence to suggest it's forming for the first time, because we see the size of the pieces from Boruto's Sword Slash. They're all, these, baseball-sized pieces. He did not cut Matsuri into this, and then, maybe he did, but then specifically cut the Thorn Soul into 1 billion pieces just for it to reform. And he also says it's forming. I'm not going to use this at face value because he could say that regardless if it's reforming. Okay. But
okay.
If this was just in her, I don't think Boruto would have chopped it into 1 million pieces just to have it form again when he could just grab it. To me, this scene suggests it's forming for the first time. Personally,
well, I do think it is forming for the first time. I just think those little particles are the materials that it's comprised of, and they're located within the body. It could be as simple as once you reach a certain damage threshold, the mechanic triggers, and that's what happens. It happens in our bodies too. Once we reach a certain I don't know, if you get sick, then certain your antibodies start to trigger autonomously, separate from your conscious thought. And there's other processes like that.
Yeah. So to clarify, I agree with what you're saying here, but I want to make a distinction between like hypothetically, I'm just going to use this as, I'm not saying it's literally this, but hypothetically, Matsuri's claw mark hair is the materials of this thorsal, just hypothetically. That might be true, but that doesn't mean this plump thing is just in her stomach. Those are two different situations. I think it's more like these have the materials to make this versus this thing being in her chest kind of thing. But it sounds like you are saying that. Like the what I said, not this.
Yeah. I think it can go either way, but I think it makes more sense given the visual cues. That it would be those little tiny things instead of the whole. Yeah.
So in which case, Sarada can't reasonably just grab this out of Hidari unless she just happened to pick the perfect 30 cells that it makes up. That's just unrealistic. So she probably can't do what she did to Bora with this.
At the same time, we see when Ryu is forming, the soul thorn is plucked off of the divine tree or whatever it is, it's put on the claw mark cube, and then the wood is formed around it, indicating it would just be inside Ryu, but it could just disassemble once the body's formed around it. Possibly.
No, so actually, okay. I'm glad you're bringing this up. The same thing happens with Hidari, so we can skip to Ryu.
Yeah.
What it actually does, you don't know if it formed around it or if it transformed. Because it does the puff of smoke like a transformation jutsu. So you don't know. You can't see it. You don't know if this was transformed into this or if it was built around this. You don't know.
So stupid.
You don't know. Okay. The same thing happens with Ryu. So
it's like a substitution jutsu.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not saying that it's literally doing the transformation jutsu, but my point is that it could be transforming this into this, especially since you don't get to see the process. It's literally you can't see it.
Yeah. Okay.
But if it's transforming, that would explain why, you can chop her into bits and then it's just going to turn into this after the fact versus this just being on the ground.
Yeah. That being said,
because it would be weird for it to form around it and then dissolve. Not to say that it can't do that. It could, and that's fine. But I don't know.
I mean, it could have properties similar to Karma hitting 100% and extract.
Yeah, it might do that. Yeah. To be fair.
So, Mello, when you were saying that, or theorizing, I should say, that humans have core, were you referencing specific named main characters into Blue Vortex, such as Himawari? Or were you referring to all humans on the Boruto planet?
I would imagine it would have to be all of them, but then also the kind of idea evolved. Originally, it was just hybrids, so a Boruto or a Himawari, very unique individuals like that that have kind of a tether to Biju in a way, and it was kind of through Jura's comparison between himself and what he is and Himawari as well. But yeah, it did kind of evolve into something different as we kind of got to Edo Tensei's and the explanation from Kabuto and so on and so forth. The Kaguya stuff is a little weird with chakra, but something akin to that.
So do you have a specific answer locked in? Because I have a couple ideas.
If you think chakra and soul is the same thing, of course.
No, I don't.
I would say the same, but heavily associated.
I don't. I can't think normally right now, so I can't give you a typical answer I would have been able to. Yeah, sorry.
So I got a couple answers. Some of them are what Kamui said, but I have expansions on what Kamui said, but some of mine are original. So first of all, I would say I think if there's a core in Naruto, then either the characters would have already found it and just not addressed it on screen. They would have talked about it off screen. Or for some reason they can't, but it's weird that Sasori can remove literally all of his body except for his heart, and he just doesn't understand that there's a core, or that Orochimaru, the mad genius, just has no idea. The body transfer jutsu guy just has no idea. It would be a little bit weird, but aside from that, assuming there is a core, there's a couple answers you could lean towards. The heart would be an obvious one, and there's a lot of heart things in Naruto that are relevant. Look at a couple things I already said, but you even got Kakuzu. In a way, you could say those are cores of what Kakuzu's thing is doing. Aside from the heart, you could say it's the brain. Obvious reasons there. That's where consciousness is formed, thought, all that. It's seemingly the thing that separates humans from like the Tin Tails, seemingly, maybe, arguably. Arguably, we don't know. DNA, that's another one I was gonna say. Yeah, I completely agree. For the brain, that's also where the Uchiha chakra for the Sharingan is awakened or whatever. You could also say in the chakra network, the chakra veins with the chakra points, wherever the origin source of that is, you could argue that. And I do think we arguably get to see that at a couple points. It seems to be because it's like it like spirals down from the lungs into like around the stomach area. See, and I mean, I do think that's also consistent whenever Neji's looking in people. It seems like it's a cord around the stomach, especially the nine-tail seal. You could argue that's especially the case because it's obviously sealed into the stomach. Aside from that, though, the stomach in Japanese culture, society, all that is very heavily emphasized and importance in comparison to the United States. It's like a huge deal over there, the stomach, just in general, like in real life. And so that could have played a role or inspiration into the stomach being more important in Naruto, where maybe it is the core. Maybe that's where the chakra network is localized or centered. I mean, the 8 gates, one of them is in the stomach. You could argue wherever the first one is. I think it's the brain, so you could argue that. You could argue it's the 8th one, it's in the heart. You could argue that as well. Again, there's a stomach one there. I would say a very interesting one is going along with one of Kamui's answers with the soul. You could argue that the core of a human would be their data. Specifically, what is data? Well, we know that the karma, whenever you hypercompress it into the karma seal, it's your data or whatever, hypercompressed. Obviously, not all humans have karma seals. Like, Kiba can't go around placing a karma seal on people, but if he could, what would he be doing? He'd be putting his core into people, his data. So where is that data centralized? I don't think it necessarily is. I think it's spread out through the body, but I don't think that's necessarily a problem to pinpoint to a core, in which case you would still do the body or the network system that comprises of that data, the DNA, as you were saying. Because in real life, this is where it gets interesting. You're going to like this. Okay, your high thoughts are going to go crazy with this one. So, where is the brain in the human body? It's in the head. Where is the brain? And I learned this today. Where is the brain in an octopus? It's not in the head. It's located throughout their entire body. So, like, their tentacles, wait, really? That's crazy, right? Their tentacles have brain in them. Their head has brain in them. Everywhere in the octopus body has brain. It's not just located in their head. It could be like that for
I've got
data.
Look that up. That sounds awesome.
I know, right? It could be like that for data, for humans in Naruto. And that could be how you get to the uncompressed data that spreads across the entire body. Maybe that's why it spreads across the entire body when the data uncompresses from the karma seal, because otherwise maybe like the Otsuki would have just turned into like the palm on Boruto's hand instead of Boruto's entire body if it doesn't spread across his body when it uncompresses. So maybe that is something they're going with there if you want to pinpoint to a core. So that's what I would say.
Well, in light of the octopus thing, I know that like plant quote-unquote consciousness is like a newly debated topic type thing. Mm-hmm. But in light of what you said about the octopus, Boruto 2 Blue Vortex could play with that idea with the Shinju, but then once their bodies are destroyed, you know, you have to go somewhere that could lead to the Thorn Soul. They could play with some of the octopus ideas, ironically. Not because they're going to specifically reference the octopus, but they might coincidentally use similar concepts.
I agree. The Soul Thorn conversation combined with the what is the core conversation, I think was really interesting with the octopus thing in mind.
So. Yeah, exactly. Like that. Yeah. Now you're making me want Killer Bee to come back. Like, okay, everyone wants Killer Bee to come back. This is how it's going to happen. The only way it's acceptable.
Man should be dead.
It could be.
I was saying.
I'm sorry, Phoenix. Knock it out.
What I was gonna say was if what they could do with the Thorn Souls. If I was thinking to myself, like there might, since you know it's based off of plants and everything, there might be some biological feature of the Thorn Soul that you know if they need the Thorn Soul to reconstitute their bodies, like let's just say since it's their core, it could also be like their seed, in a sense,
or at least contain the seed, because
yeah.
This is where you get to like the fruit or flower comparison. Now, I don't know which they're trying to reference there, but the point of a fruit is to hold the seeds and allow the seeds to spread. Now, in this case, the Jorah's not trying to like spread Hidari's seed. Don't take that the weird way, people. He's not trying to spread it, but like it would hold the seed that could allow him to regrow essentially into another tree. To look, which is what he does.
My problem with that, it seems to be the same Hidari rather than a new Hidari or Hidari's offspring or anything like that. So.
Yeah, but if it's the same seed, it might just, even though that doesn't make sense in context of real life plant, you can't like, you have a tree, you can't just go get its original seed, but in this case they can, type thing.
Okay.
So I think it would be fine. It would still be the same seed.
It's probably not the same Hidari. It just thinks that it is. Like how your cells die, and then like I don't have the same cells that I did when I was like 4. It's like but I think I'm the same thing. You know, the ship of Theseus thing. So, but I get your general point. Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously that would be technically true, but personally, I mean, we don't know what they're gonna do with Hidari, but I don't think that in Boruto they're saying Boruto's a different Boruto because the cells died and regrew or whatever. I don't think Ikimo is doing that at the very least, even if that's objectively technically true.
Yeah, we all technically have a new quote-unquote body compared to 10 years ago or whatever, but from my understanding, we all have the same stream of consciousness. Our consciousness is the same as back then. It's just changed over time, but like it's the same. I think Hidari has his original Hidari chakra, which is how that would still be the same quote-unquote Hidari.
Yeah.
But you can copy chakra, like with Minato. Would it still be original? And I'm not sure if our consciousness is original. I just think it's a copy of. I just think there's no utility in nature for us to like have to ponder on our like fucking ego death every cell cycle or whatever. So, but that's a topic for a different stream, perhaps.
Yeah.
But
either way, I think. As of right now, they've only. I mean, again, really, we have to wait until we see Hidari's next major situation, because so far they've only implied that he's the same, but they could very easily display for the first time, nope, different Hidari actually, because XYZ is different now. But we're not going to know that until Hidari's pushed into a situation to reveal that. So we kind of just have to wait. But anyway. Immortal, we're technically still on topic 1 from your list.
Yeah.
Do you want to skip to any other topics on your list?
Yeah, I think we kind of already, got our answer to. Well, we got somewhat of a headcanon-ish sort of canon answer to Kawaki's limiters, and also we kind of answered the question as to how strong is he compared to Code. So I don't think there's no debate on that answer. He's pretty much already stronger than Code in every single conceivable way. So
he's at least equal. Let's go with that.
At least, but since both Kawaki and Code got their respective limiters removed, it just seems like Kawaki is more impressive and feels like more of a Jigen level fighter or an Ishiki level fighter than Code. But I don't know.
Well,
I could be wrong.
I will say a couple things about this. Real quick, couple things. One would just be implications of what you mean by Jigen level, but that's going to get to a rabbit hole of RTOs. 2 is that, well, to be fair, what Amado did to Code and Kawaki isn't actually the same thing, because Code just had limiters, simple, nothing more to it. Everything was limited. Kawaki has like a conversion thing going on. So in his case, all of his defense was converted into offense, and we can't quantify in either case. They didn't give us numbers. So, whereas Kawaki's amp might seem more impressive, quote unquote, his defense might be very impressively bad now. So it's kind of just a different situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
theoretically, Kawaki should, if he gets hit once by Jura, he should like.
I mean,
he should die. He should blow up.
He's not going to.
Tapped
He's
out.
not going.
He should.
Yeah.
And that's why it's going to become a fall. But they're not going to.
I don't necessarily think that's the case, because I think he just reverted back to his code arc, quote unquote, self in terms of limiters, quote unquote. And we saw.
But it depends on when the limiters were put on, because
I agree.
If he had limiters in the code arc, but just used Karma 2, making him stronger, versus whatever he did in Two Blue Vortex, that would mean he was limited in the code arc. Which means everything he did is the same defensive amp situation.
I agree. And I'm saying if he had the limiters put on in the time skip, aka he was not limited in the code arc, then if he's just able to survive his own code killing blast thing or whatever,
I'm gonna add another caveat on this,
then he's not just gonna blow up like a balloon to anything.
Yeah, so but then again though, but here's the thing. Let's just assume he didn't have limiters in the code arc. Let's just assume that for now. We have to factor in what Amado did in the first place. What that would mean is in the code arc, Kawaki was just normal. His offense and defense were balanced. Then in Two Blue Vortex, his defense is amped and offense lowered. Now, his offense was raised and defense lowered. He's not normal. He's specifically offensive-focused, defensive weakened. That's what Kawaki wanted Amada to do right now. So he should blow up from like any of Jura's attacks. He just should.
Well, all of that is an assumption.
Well, okay, so if Kawaki is like stronger now, like in his defensive, why wouldn't he just be able to like just amp his body further than he could before?
Amado's thing doesn't make much sense. Other than I can understand losing regeneration versus gaining it, but yeah, he should be able to just hypothetically use his Ninja Tech shield because it's his offense. Just use it defensively, and it should just work.
What did Amato say he was doing specifically? Like, what was his words?
He said that he maxed out his defensive and recuperative powers before the recent chapters. So what he was doing, which came at the cost of his offense. Now Kawaki said, Amado, I want you to convert all that into offensive power. And then Amado was like, well, Kawaki, if I do that, I can't guarantee your survival because I maxed that out. And Kawaki's like, I don't care. Max my offense, basically. So
basically, yeah.
So basically, I guess the nanites in his body made him physically strong, like physically more durable from what Amato did than they normally would be on a baseline.
And then amped his regen too.
How it plays out can only make sense if, like, for example, his scientific ninja sword arm, it's sharper, aka the edge is sharper, but that means that it's also thinner, which would be able to be destroyed easier.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but the problem is, how does that apply to everything else?
Well, everything else doesn't matter because I don't see why Kawaki having access to cubes would mean he can't heal anymore. That the two things aren't related. And so if you're gonna say he has better offense because he has faster twitch muscles, his arms are bigger, they're stronger, that doesn't mean he would be weaker defensively. That's everything.
I agree. That's why it's weird as a concept for this series.
It is weird.
Like the chakra in this regard.
It's very strange. Yeah, it is really weird.
In fact,
I don't really.
The only way it makes sense. It's not gonna be that.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, Amado shouldn't be worried. Then wouldn't be a problem to do this. But also, Oodie, let's think about it this way: if the defense thing doesn't matter, so again, he should be able to just use his defensive chakra offensively. Like they should just be able to do that, but he can't for whatever reason. So if he's gonna get stronger, his defensive powers have to be reduced for this to work. Otherwise, there'd be no converting. would just be the same.
Maybe Kawaki just usually sucks at doing all of these techniques, even with the training with Naruto, and he relies a lot on the baseline stuff that the Scientific Ninja Tools does give him. Maybe he just sucks at this stuff. I don't know. I don't know.
So it's just like what this basically implies with Amado, just kind of like he says if I redirect all that to offensive power, I can't guarantee your survival. So they're sort of mutually exclusive in a way where you can't really, you can amp up one setting over the other, but it's not like both settings can be. It's not like you'll be able to still balance out both settings. You're going to have to sacrifice one for the other.
Or you just be in the normal medium where it would just be balanced, like normal people.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because if throughout TBV so I think something tells me that when TBV began, like when I'm guessing as Kawaki got stronger, he needed Kawaki to stay alive, so he started. I think in secret, Abado started amping up his defensive, or maybe that was already something he did beforehand to kind of keep Kawaki alive, so we can implant the Karma Seal onto Akibi.
It had to have been beforehand. There's no moment where that could have happened in TBV.
Yeah, because that has to explain why Kawaki is just feels like so much more durable. I mean, not feel, but he
doesn't actually is the problem. But
I don't know. I think he. So when Amado just pretty much maxed up his defensive settings, tried to keep him alive, giving him near limitless regeneration. Like if he just like sacrifices all that to, redirect all, I would say, that energy to his offensive, just like boost up his offensive settings, then Kawaki would still be, I'm guessing Kawaki would still be somewhat durable, but he won't be as, durable. I mean, not really durable, but as durable. Yeah, I think as durable as he was before. I don't know how.
But here's the thing, though. Like, so whereas, he should have some durability. Like, because it really just depends on like. So obviously, Kawaki didn't have 0 offense before, so he shouldn't have 0 defense now. That wouldn't make sense. But let's just consider his durability from before. One punch from Boruto, not trying, have him just the crowd rolling in pain. One kick from Jura's got him knocked out. Okay, so if all it takes is a one punch from Boruto to have him just gawking in pain, what's one punch from Boruto gonna do now? Blow him up.
Yeah, he was in base, and I think he started activating Karma. And same thing when he was fighting up against Jura, he was in base, he activated Karma, and he still got 2-pieced up by him. So it was just like, ooh. I don't know.
I think the only way they're realistically going to be able to portray this limiter thing is what they did with when he was knocked out, quote unquote, versus Jura, and Delta said he woke up really fast. They're just going to have him wake up with a really long cooldown time now. He's going to be passed out for chapters on end.
It would be cool to have hit.
And the cooldown time wasn't even impressively fast because they didn't give us a timeline for how long he's knocked out compared to anyone else. Yeah. And if the only thing we can do for comparison is when Damon knocks both Boruto and Kawaki out, and I've already said this in a video, but Kawaki was knocked out first, then Boruto's knocked out, and Boruto wakes up first. So for what we've seen, Boruto's waking up consciousness speed is just better than Kawaki.
Just further indication, limited over the time skip.
Well, no, it could just be that Kawaki is bad.
I think with how it'll probably manifest itself is that he'll be a beast offensively, and that'll probably manifest through his speed and whatnot. He'll be like blitzing, slamming Jura around by his head or whatever. It'll look very impressive, but he can't get hit. Maybe
that's
like,
what I was if I say.
Take
he'll just avoid.
If I take 3 shots, if I take like 2 more of these hits, like I'm done. So like you gotta make sure you gotta protect me. Almost like Mike Guy when he was fighting against Madara, like offensive beast, but like we gotta protect this dude on the defensive end. And through that way, I think that'll be pretty good writing for Kawaki for the meantime.
Here's another thing that they could probably do. Like anytime Kawaki gets hit, he has like an inner monologue, like saying I like legit broke bones from Jura's hits. Where like that wasn't where that wasn't really like a thing
Yeah.
before.
It's like Rock Lee. Like, yeah, this is nice, but like he can't sustain this like upper tier of power because his whole body's getting destroyed in the process. But
So
it
like
looks
if he
cool
gets hit in the
offensively.
stomach, his ribs literally like broke.
Right.
Yeah,
Like that,
like
I think that could
obviously
be a
they
way they can
can't
demonstrate
actually
that.
have
Like
him just blow up,
like
but like
Blackbeard
if you
from
have
One
him
Piece.
have broken bones or he gets stabbed and he's like,
Internal
this is
injuries.
really dangerously damaged, I cannot take another hit. That's enough, but you gotta do that.
You can even have his arms break. There's ways that you can do it without being too gory.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just have him have broken bones. Like he literally does. You don't have to show the bones. Just have him say that one broke like 3 ribs as opposed to no ribs being broken. And so and most of the time he's just gonna dodge. Like if you remember Deepa in the anime when he's fighting like Omoi Squad, he's just dodging for most of the fight, and he's just showing off how fast he is. Just have Kawaki do that. Just keep dodging everything.
I think effectively for Kawaki, everyone's going to be Shigaraki from My Hero.
Mm-hmm.
And if you haven't seen that, I'm not going to spoil too much, but effectively, you don't want this guy to touch you. So everybody who's fighting him is constantly fighting offensively and like avoiding his touch. I think that's how Kawaki. Everyone's going to be like that for Kawaki at the top tiers. He's going to have to fight like that, but can nobody touch him. I think he's going to kind of look like that maybe.
I'll also add that Kawaki has, in addition to just speed amps, he has the perfect ability, Sukuna Hikona, to avoid a lot of hits. Like he can shrink pretty much all jutsu. He can shrink pretty much all weapons. So that will help Kawaki avoid being hit 99% of the time. So you don't have to deal with this. But you just need to show us the one time he gets hit what happens. That's all they have to do.
What?
Right.
I want to see him use big chakra rods. Like,
I do think it's gonna be just he's gonna react to it the same way literally anyone else would, because I don't think that like his defense is worse than normal. I think it's just normal, and everything like the limiters, quote unquote, it was just a plus to his defense before, nothing added to his offense. Now it's only a plus to his offense, nothing added to his defense. Just Kawaki's normal defense.
Whatever his normal defense is, his heightened defense wasn't even sufficient or impressive.
Yes.
So this is bad news regardless.
Yeah. So that's why it's just a problem writing-wise. But I disagree with that, Oodie, though, because Amino didn't give him anything to amp his defense from what he's explained anyway.
I mean, on the page right here, it says you're currently endowed with near immortal defense and recuperative powers. What does endowed mean?
So the question is, how did he do that? Because what did he give him?
He endowed him. Duh. That's it right there.
But I'm asking, what did he give him?
He probably just altered the nanites in his body or something.
Yeah, altered the nanites. So then the question is, what did he alter? Because what they're implying, at the very least, what they're implying now is he's gonna, he said, Amino and Kawaki both said fully offensive. So, I mean, taking that at face value would just mean 100% offense, 0% defense.
In terms of endowment of his nanites.
But that is what they're saying.
In terms of his nanites.
Like, did they even imply, because I haven't reread it, like, are they implying that he's going back to normal, or is he going further beyond what he was even before?
The latter. The latter is what they've implied.
Well, I don't think they've implied either.
Yes, they have.
Kamui's just making an assumption.
No, bro. He said, I'm telling you to make me an even bigger, badder monster than the Shinju in Boruto, which Kawaki in the Code Arc was not stronger than Jura. And then he says, use any means, whether scientific or otherwise, to make me stronger beyond all limits. That's not what he was before.
Use any means?
Yeah.
Use any means, Kamui, whether scientific or otherwise.
Do you guys think
something with what I just said?
Yeah.
Do you guys think maybe Boruto can give Kawaki his karma through like resonance?
Boruto can give.
Well, he already has karma, so
like he can he can well, sorry, he can kind of like So I'm trying to figure out like what resonance, what is even happening with that, and is it still at play? I'm just trying to figure out ways like number one, what is that, and then number two, like how can I boost Kawaki without using Boruto physically? Because he seems to be
Kamui has
kind
the
of
most
messed
boring
up.
answer to this.
Okay.
But Kamui, take it away.
Well, Oodie,
I was opening the floor to you, Kamui, the same way you were opening the floor to me earlier.
No. What's your boring answer from you? All right, a not boring answer from you. I don't even know what you were expecting me to say.
Well, since Kamui doesn't want to give his answer, I guess I'm gonna have to be the one to give Kamui's answer. So resonance.
Let's hear you say something wrong. Go
resonance,
ahead.
as Kamui puts it, is whenever Kawaki uses his karma, Boruto uses his karma, and vice versa. And that's resonance. That's all it's ever been. It's all it will be. That's resonance.
I never said that's all it will be. That is all it has been.
I was kind of thinking
that is mostly how it's ever been. But...
I was kind of thinking like the whole like they can amplify each other, like the Boro fight.
Oh, but they did that by actively touching one another.
Yeah, I think the karma's activating is a side effect of resonance.
Sorry, so my whole idea is that like their powers with this stuff has advanced. So the reason why I'm saying like give his karma to Kawaki, what I meant was resonance, like in the Boro fight, but
I see.
Yeah, through Wi-Fi instead of.
Right, I get it. Okay, I get what you mean. Oh, I never even thought about that. I never even thought about that.
How would he do that?
I have no idea.
How would he do the through Wi-Fi part?
Does Kawaki have any form of like absorption?
Sorry?
Say that again?
Does Kawaki have any form of absorption?
Karmic absorption.
Okay. He's going to absorb the karmic chakra out of Boruto. Boruto doesn't use his karma now.
Is that even possible?
He has absorption.
Honestly, though, no. Honestly, it should be like if he just puts his hand on Boruto and then just absorbs Mobushiki's chakra. Like, why not?
There you go.
Just think about it like this, right? Like when they do resonate, like the was it Goro fight? They weren't touching, but yet his karma could activate his. Whatever that mechanic is, just use that for the transference process I'm talking about in my hypothetical.
Yeah,
that's all you would do.
Well, plus the karmas were like acting different there.
Kawaki absorbing karma thing's the best though, because Boruto probably doesn't want to risk activating his own karma to do this. So Kawaki just stealing it on the other end.
In this way, in my way, it wouldn't require some kind of time interval process, because I would imagine it wouldn't be instantaneous, and if his defenses are lower for heightened offensive power, then you wouldn't want him just standing around or wasting time. This way Boruto can give him the power while he still actively is in combat. But yeah, just some thoughts.
Yeah, I would say whenever resonance is happening, the karma activating, quote unquote, it's different. The karma itself is different from how it is normally. As an example, it's like hurting Boruto whenever it's activated that way.
Not always.
It's like ringing as well. So it's like glowing too, more than normal.
Well, that was during the first time it had happened properly, and that was like a new sensation for Boruto, and stops doing that like.
That's okay.
Every other time.
I mean, Oodie, it also glows against Shoujoji. You gonna say there was resonance there?
Well, resonance is just weird in the first place.
We agree.
Yeah. But I do think my theory for resonance, it's always been whenever a karma seal resonates, both karma seals are massively increasing their data download speed when it's resonating.
That's not a theory that's stated. Or at least it's Abado's theory at the very least.
There's an animal in the shed.
That's my resonance idea.
Okay, but when they're already fully downloaded, like so for Boruto now, he can't download more.
Well, I didn't say that's all I thought. It's just the one I lean towards.
Well, what else do you think?
Well, I think it could be a number of things, but Mello, what do you think?
You don't want to tell me. You know what, Immortal, what do you think? Because Mello's muted.
I think I want to move on to another topic now.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, you host this one.
I like what Mello brought up, though. That was nice. But let's move on to something else. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's just right now I'm trying to keep myself. I'm trying to move myself around so I won't fall asleep. I've been. It's like it's just sitting in a chair for 2 hours straight. It's very taxing on my brain, including my body as well. Like probably not really my body, but just my eyes in general.
Well, let's get you in on this one, Immortal. Let's get you riled up. What's the next topic?
All right. So we got Boruto's Karma Evolution, Moboshiki's influence, and the second one, which I think I really do want to talk about, is Shibai Otsutsuki the true in-game villain? Which one do you guys want to start off with? Boruto's Karma Evolution?
I'm curious to that last one. What makes you say Shibai will be a villain?
I personally don't think Shibai is a villain. But considering that a lot of people in the Boruto community has theorized that maybe he could be the big bad, I mean, I just want your thoughts and your takes on.
So I've always thought that Shibai isn't going to care about any human, and rather it's going to be the humans. If they ever reach Shibai's realm or whatever, they're going to be the ones antagonizing him, and he's going to respond, which makes him the villain. If we're going to go that route. Because Shibai has the Otsutsuki creed. He's the one that made the ideology in the first place. He's the one that's taken it the furthest and literally transcended. Like, there's no getting around it. Amado just says, assuming the Shibai even exists, but assuming that the story's correct, Shibai just went planet to planet, absorbing all life and devouring it. He did do that. He is evil, quote-unquote, from, like, our ninja perspective. From the Otsutsuki's perspective, he's God. He's the number one angel, perfect saint of all time. He's perfect. He did it. And that's what you should strive to be. And Shibai thinks that way about himself, seemingly, as well, as far as we're aware. So, he isn't going to care about anything, since he's already transcended. He doesn't need to have that Otsutsuki mindset. But because he did have it and transcended, and I have no reason to assume he changed his mind or anything, if we ever get Shibai, he's not going to care, but we're going to care, and that's going to make him care.
So, in my eyes, him just sacrificing worlds to attain, like, to make god trees and eat chakra fruits and just keep getting more power and just ascending. To me, that in itself is evil, because you are taking the life of an entire planet and potentially the lives of some species that resides within that planet.
Yeah, but Shibai doesn't think that way, clearly. He just thinks they're inferior
Shibai doesn't think that way. Shibai doesn't think that way, but we do. And I do. Because, in a way, you are killing life to ascend to godhood. And even after you ascend to godhood, even if... I mean...
Sorry.
What's the question?
Is Shibai the true end game?
Okay.
Sorry, you guys talking about evil?
Well, what I was talking about was
sorry.
What I was talking about was Shibai sacrificing planets and just eating chakra fruits and just ascending and like getting stronger and ascending into godhood. Me personally, like even like I think that's to some Otsutskis that's not evil. That's just the standard to how to become a transcendent Otsutsuki god. But to us humans, which they would consider inferior beings, to us that's evil because you are taking the life of not just a planet, but potentially the entire species that resides within that planet to ascend to godhood, with the chance of you not really caring even after you ascend to godhood, or maybe you just can't really interact with the human world as much as you would like. I don't know how Ikimoto is going to go about doing that, but I don't know. I don't think Shibai would become the true in-game villain, like what Oodie said. I don't think he's going to care all that much until either Boruto or some other character within the series is going to ascend into godhood in the same way Shibai did. Potentially, maybe make him care or do something that can make him act, or maybe it could be some other external factors. Maybe Immortal may have one of his abilities, and not really one of his abilities, but potentially a dojutsu of his that belongs to him. Maybe it was taken from him. I don't know how it's going to happen. That's probably going to make Shibai like do something, but
he sure is taking his time considering that Ada took his omnipotence.
So
I mean, yeah, I don't think he cares that much about that. It probably has to be something like really something that Shibai really cares about.
Well, I think Shibai is like,
yeah.
I'm sorry, continue. Yeah.
Oh no, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, well, obviously evil is going to be subjective. I don't think there's any like objective way of measuring it. And then also you would also take into consideration intent, which I think the little that I did over here is maybe what Ood kind of alluded to. If from his perspective what he's doing isn't evil, then it's not really evil objective. Well, it's not gonna be evil objectively one way or the other, but it wouldn't be evil from him, so you wouldn't like be able to measure that aspect of the character, if the character even exists. Which gets you to like the whole like definition of his name and whatnot. But no, it's interesting. I wouldn't want Shibai to be a final villain personally. The power level is a little too high. So which means you would have to get like at least Boruto and them that level. So it's kind of ridiculous. So he's either like Wizard of Oz, like we're gassing him up, he's not really what he actually is, or he needs to be like a kind of like a Hagoromo kind of figure, I think.
Yes, that. So that's where I fall as well. I don't think we're fighting Shibai at all. I don't think he'll be an antagonist, nor will he be a villain. I don't think he's going to be either. I think he'll just be a figure that the characters might talk to. He might drop some lore about something, but he's never going to be a figure that's ever going to be antagonistic, because I don't think he cares. I think he's meant to be someone who's just so significantly above all this. Even if they tried to fight him, I just simply don't think that he would care. And I don't know if he's not doing anything and they're not pressing him, I don't know why the characters would just fight him either. I don't think Shibai's meant to be somebody that's meant to be stopped. I think he's just a figure within the story, like Mello said, and Ood.
The
other perspective on that is that, like, let's just be a little bit practical. So Shibai is an all-powerful god who can do whatever he wants.
So is Ada.
Unless every character is gonna be omnipotent themselves. Like, what is stopping Shibai from snapping his fingers and killing everyone but hypothetically omnipotent Boruto, leaving only Shibai and Boruto left alive? Like, if they really want to rile up Shibai that much, it is a lot easier for him to end everything.
The only way I see Shibai actually being a figure that, like, we fight within the series is if he, like, he makes an amalgamation of, like, his consciousness into a separate body and makes that body onto this plane. But like, I don't know why he would do that.
Doesn't want to blow up the Earth either because he cherishes it like Kaguya with Earth or something like that. Like,
yeah. So
which could explain how Kaguya became strong. Yeah.
But you are right. A lot of people do think Shibai will be the final villain. I don't know why, but I don't think he's going to be.
Well, Sauron, what makes you think if Shibai is above all this that he'd choose a side in the first place?
That he would choose a side in the first place?
Yeah, why is he going to help
choose a side?
Well, you're saying that he's going to be like a Hagoromo figure.
No, what he meant was that like they might talk to him and gain some lore, but like he might do that like
I don't think
as an unbiased person on neither side. He could still do that. Like hypothetically, let's just pretend it was Jura versus everyone. He could talk to both Jura and Boruto, kind of thing.
Well, do you think Shibai's going to talk to both sides?
Sorry, what?
Do you think Shibai's going to talk to both sides? Because Hagoromo only talked to one side. In fact, he helped one side despite being a godly figure.
That's what I was going to talk about the example, though. He talks to both Naruto and Sasuke, where at the time Sasuke has antagonistic plans.
Yeah, you know, both sides that were against Kaguya.
I didn't mean that.
I didn't mean
it like that either.
The context would be exactly the same, or I mean, like just a figure like that, like the advisor or the lore giver or the exposition giver or the
somebody who doesn't actually like fight within the story.
To be fair, Mello,
or maybe he's like using them or something like that.
I wasn't responding to what you said and only what Sauron said because I literally didn't hear what you said. I just wasn't here at the time.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't mean that he's gonna help anyone. I didn't say that he was gonna help anyone. But I just meant similar figure to Hagoromo, not in the sense of utility within the plot. Like he's gonna actively help our characters defeat this event. I didn't mean any. I didn't. That's not what I meant by Hagoromo figure.
So
They can also do a thing to where there just is another god who just is evil, and Shibai is largely fighting. So they make an example with like Hunter x Hunter Chimera Ants. Netero fights Marum while everyone else is fighting the people they can actually fight. Like so they could have Shibai versus Fleabai, and Fleabai's underling Ishiki fights, everyone else. They could do that sort of thing too.
Spoiler alert.
Fleabai.
By the way.
Or hey,
sorry to spoil.
Imagine if Shibai had a brother named Heibai.
Or Rebibe, like Rebarb.
Yeah, Hebai. Shibai and Hebai.
He says hi and goodbye at the same time.
D-Ride?
Anyways.
So you guys have Kawaki over Ishiki, right? Just to be clear. We all on the same page.
Yes.
Yeah.
The gender.
I do. I think he's over Ishiki now.
Well, like I said,
I think it kind of depends.
Okay, well, okay, entertaining what we were saying earlier.
Come on. Get on board with the agenda, okay?
So, going with what we were saying earlier, Mello, did you give us... I think you did. I think you said in the stance earlier for the first topic, you said that current Kawaki just dominates code?
What?
Current code?
I don't think I was here for the first topic.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't here.
So do you think the current Kawaki dominates the current code? Or, how do you think that would play out in general? Do you think he's stronger?
I need to see something. I literally have nothing to go out. I won't say I have
I'm glad
nothing,
we're on the same page.
But
yeah,
I just need more.
Okay.
So, my stance on the Kawaki thing is just as simple as I do think it's possible for him to be stronger in this current Karma form than Ishiki, but I'm on the fence as to whether or not he needs Karma 2 to actually fully eclipse him. But I do think my stance right now is just simply that I do think he will be stronger than him, even in this current Karma form, but we'll see if that actualizes in that way. Oh my gosh, I'm getting bitten by bugs.
Well, we see that limited code is losing to Kawashiki. Unlimited code is beating Sasuke. Two Blue Vortex, we got Code and Boruto, they fight. You can argue they're relative, you can argue they're over. That doesn't really matter for the sake of this discussion. Now you have Kawashiki coming in. How do you think he's going to stack up to Jura in comparison to what Boruto was doing? And I'm not going to count his off-guard feat because of what I just said. Off-guard.
Who's Kawashiki? Who's that? We still doing that?
V2. Yeah.
Okay.
Similar to Boruto and Momoshiki when they take over, but...
Yeah.
I mean, how he scales the Ishiki depends on two main factors. One is, did 100% of Ishiki's data ever fully extract on a Kawaki, or is only 80% there? And two, what exact measuramental differences of Kawaki's defense versus offense was done with this offensive boost adjustment? Because those two factors are going to determine whether he's stronger than Ishiki.
Well, here is something interesting. Based on the mechanics of Karma that we understand, if you in base become stronger than the Otsutsuki who overlaid Karma on you, when you use Karma, do you get stronger?
Probably.
Why?
It just would be adding onto it. You're not going to get weaker.
Yes.
I always think it's an addition.
Yes.
So if your base went from a 5 to a 10, you're always going to get, and the boost that you get is a 5, you always go. So if you're a 5, you'll get a 10. If you're a 10, you'll get a 15. If you're at 15, you'll get a 20. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So the stronger the base becomes, the less meaningful that amp will be, but it's always there.
I don't think I think it's always going to be a plus.
So let's just say...
No, I agree, but what I'm saying is a 95 versus 100 is not as much of a difference as a 5 versus a 10.
So let's just say Tuning Exams 1010 just woke up one day and, the craziest Kekkei Genkai of all time, she has Karma, what do you know? If she implemented that onto current Kawaki, I don't know, just randomly, and Kawaki uses that Karma seal, he gets stronger.
Yes.
Okay.
Not by much.
Very minimally so. But yes, he does get strong.
He's 10 plus. He's Kawaki
It's
plus
such
10.
it's such a minuscule amp, like it would do almost nothing, but yes.
No, I think it's a good amp. She was able to
I
use
mean,
the
it
six-pass
very
sacred
well
treasures.
might make the difference in some of his fights, but
He had enough chakra to get the 6-pass sacred treasures. It's impressive. Plus, you also got to take into
But
consideration.
they like sucked all of her chakra out though. She could barely use the damn thing.
hey, if Kawaki gets one extra use of that fan, that might be the difference of his winning.
Yeah.
Well,
What do
okay.
you guys think about this though?
Oh, you go ahead.
Sorry, what do you think about this? You guys were having a conversation earlier about like Borshiki and like who's using chakra or something like that. But do you guys think like when they get chakra from the karma from the Otsutsuki, are they getting like chakra that's limited by kind of like the gates, or are they getting like the complete unfiltered chakra, like 100% of it, unfiltered by the gates?
So that's hilarious. I don't think Ikimoto even considered the gates when it comes to this, but
he said like the gates.
No, but the point is, so I don't. Again,
well, the
I don't
point
think
isn't the
Ikimoto
gates.
considered this, but ignoring that,
Well, because we're talking about like your chakra, like if you took Boruto's chakra off his body, it's gonna be exponentially more than what he actually uses because of the body's limiters. So like, how much are they getting? Are they getting all of that chakra? In which case, it might be difficult for them to store it, which is probably why they're having like problems.
What I'm thinking is,
maybe you know where I'm going with this. Maybe you don't.
What I'm thinking is, it would be like the gates are released because inside karma, like the little patterns on your arm, there would just be no gates, presumably. It's just the pure chakra, so it should be unfiltered. So it would be like the gates being released because there just is no gate in the first place.
He didn't mean the gates.
It's like something like that.
Yeah. So he means are you going to get all of the chakra or a limited amount of the chakra? An example being
as much chakra as the data's been extracted. So if you have 80%, you're going to get 80% max. If you have 100%, you can use 100%.
See, the problem with that, though, is then how do you get to the compatibility of the vessel, which is where I'm assuming that Mello was going with that, getting back to Himawari versus Naruto and the compatibility of the Jinchuriki to the Tailed Beast.
What does that have to do with the unfilteredness? The compatibility would just be based off of, is the vessel strong enough to withstand this power and or potentially same wavelength theory?
Yeah, but so then how does the compatibility play out in terms of strength, since I'm assuming Jigen would care about that? So for the Tailed Beast, we know that Naruto can extract 100% of Kurama's chakra. He did it when fighting Sasuke at the end of Shippuden. Kurama fell asleep, giving him all of his chakra. Baryon mode, again, uses all of the chakra. So it can't be that. Is it the density of the chakra, the quality of the chakra? How does that compatibility play out? And then would it be the same for vessels in terms of the karma?
So do you want the actual answer or do you want a hypothetical answer?
Oh, I don't know.
So the actual answer, I do not think Ikimoto was thinking about compatibility, amplification nonsense like he did with Himawari and Kurama at all at any point before Himawari and Kurama, and it was not present for any of these karma things. But hypothetically, it could have an influence, given that it is the case for Himawari and Kurama. So in theory, they could have it with Otsutsuki in the vessel too.
Well,
I don't think Ikimoto wrote that.
I think Ikimoto was continuing what Kodachi wrote here with Ishiki and Kawaki, which is similar to Orochimaru and Sasuke, to where, yes, Jigen's in an imperfect vessel to the point to where he's going to die in 3 days, but I don't think it's just in reference to dying in 3 days. I think Kawaki is a vessel far and above the rest of the immortal vessels who wouldn't die in 3 days, to where Kawaki just would be stronger than the other vessels because he's just that perfect.
I mean, maybe, but that's not what Kodachi wrote.
I'm assuming that he's very heavily borrowing from Orochimaru and Sasuke.
I mean, technically, so Sasuke thing has like Sharingan Uchiha stuff, but like the point was to have a vessel that doesn't die, like to a large extent, which is the case for Ishiki.
I have a
But even if you want to go with that assumption, again, maybe that was Kodachi's idea down the line. But in terms of what he actually got around to writing, he never wrote that. And we know damn well Ikimoto is not using Kodachi's stuff now because we meme about it every stream, how he's gone out of his way to retcon as much of Kodachi's stuff as possible.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he can retcon 100%.
And also, I would say do a lot more.
I would also say it is the same thing with Orochimaru and Sasuke then.
What's the same way?
Okay.
To where you're saying...
So what's Mello's question?
Oh, yeah. No, so I was going to say, like, because I'm desperately trying to get us past Ishiki so we can progress in the story in terms of at least scaling. So, with Ishiki Otsutsuki...
Yeah. Well, out of curiosity, I'm sorry, but why are you desperate for that?
Because I hate this character. That's one thing. So I'm biased against the character.
Okay.
I can't stand the character. But two, it's just I hate the framing of it because I genuinely think when Damon's referring to Jigen, he's referring to Ishiki. That's just how he knows him. So why would he call him Ishiki? When he knows him as Jigen. But at the same time, you can't prove it. So it's just a frustrating little stun lock we've been in for years now that I'm ready to get past is all.
What do you mean he knows him as
Ishiki? Nice little conundrum.
Well, it just seems like
he said knows him as Jigen.
Yeah, like he should it's like if you had like if your friend Jack is now Jane, you're probably gonna call him Jack call her Jack for a few times until you get acclimated to. It's just what you're used to referring to the person. If that was a
Yeah, it's like how Code, Koji, Yamato all call him Jigen, even though they know he's Ishiki.
Well, that's not what I meant. Are you implying that like Damon knew Ishiki before he got Jigen's vessel or something, or his power?
Well, I am going off of memory, but just insert or replace Damon with any other character that would fit the bill, and then the thing will be applicable. But so just like I was curious, like Ishiki's level. Is this like a consistent level? Like what do you guys think where that is? Because when I think of Ishiki, I'm thinking like this should vary. Because he's constantly do you think he's constantly getting weaker over time? Or do you think that's like it doesn't really matter? That he's progressing towards death.
That's how it feels, the latter to me.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
It feels like he's just dying rather than getting... I mean, he's technically going to be lower and lower in chakra, but I don't think Ishiki ever got to the point that he was, oh, I'm running low on chakra. I'm going to start getting slower and be unable to use jutsu. I think he was just dying before that was ever going to happen.
So you link his death to his chakra consumption, correct?
No. I link his death to his body breaking down, and then Baryon mode life force shenanigans.
Okay, so you're not under the assumption that like the more he uses his chakra, the more he would progress towards, the quicker he would progress towards his death.
It's a possibility, definitely, and it may play a factor, but I don't think it's the main factor.
Yeah, because again, his body started even without. Maybe I'm misremembering this because I think we've even talked about this before. Maybe I misremember this, but didn't he literally say that he only had hours left, and he should have had a lot more than that? Even
he thought it was gonna be 2 to 3 days, but he's like, even conservatively, I should have had at least 20 hours left.
So can I kind of run through the thing? So
wait, is that what he says? Okay.
Yes.
So he says like, I'm brimming with power, but that's precisely why I have so and so time left. I don't remember the thing, but you do. So I was under the assumption like it's kind of like Kage and Madara, like all this chakra is the reason why like the body's breaking down.
Yes.
And then you have like Baryon modes, like our chakra, like the mechanic, our chakra is being consumed, but because of that, we can punch him and then link us to him, and then like kind of consume his chakra at the rate that ours is consuming, if I remember that correctly. So but
the specific explanation they gave there was that it was specifically that they would be shaving off his life force because all chakras connected. And you could say the argument is Ishiki's chakra is getting consumed, but that's not why his life force is being drained. His life force is being drained because their life force is being drained, essentially. That's how it's explained.
Yeah. So
chakra's not life force in this context.
It's not 100. It's heavily associated, yes, but it is not the same thing.
So doesn't Ishiki saying even conservatively he should have at least had 20 hours left imply that like him fighting like this does drain his life force faster?
You could interpret it that way, but you could also interpret it as he actually expected 2 to 3 days, but he was saying, at the very least, I should have had at least 20 hours. You could also interpret it
I guess
way.
It depends on exactly what he said, because I don't fully remember the exact phrasing. But that I guess that could work based off how I remember it, but I don't know exactly. I don't remember word for word what he said.
In which scene? Okay. I mean, I'll just go pull it up and read it to you.
So like chakra
Chapter
consumption,
52.
Okay.
Like if you're Naruto and you lost like 58% of your chakra from Momo in the anime, like, so are we saying that that's not really affecting him in any way? That's
personally, I think it's primarily entirely his stamina that is obviously going to be half, or at least Kurama's, but not so much everything else. Because, for example, Sasuke, this is the easiest example. Sasuke during the Chunin exams / Konoha Crush could use 2 Chidoris before he was basically out of chakra. When he uses one, he is at 50%. And noticeably, he is not way slower. No, he's exactly the same in every way. It's only when you get to those really low, like, I'm just throwing out hypothetical numbers, 10, 20% maybe, that's where you start to see the noticeable dip in, your speed, strength, everything. But like 50% from what we've seen from many characters, they are just fine. They are still able to do because the point is, every like run and jump punch you do, you're not using all your chakra. You're using like 0.5% for that move. So you're just going to sustain that over, let's just say 20 minutes. If you have 50%, okay, you can fight at that same level for 10 minutes now. You notice in Naruto and Sasuke versus Momoshiki, they fight at seemingly their max levels, they're using their max forms, but they don't fight for very long. They get out of their, like, that fight, especially in the movie and manga, is quick. They do a couple moves, and then they're just out of their forms, and then they never go back into them. So
what's the association?
That could be why.
So is the association between life force and, because you said chakra and life force aren't the same, so is the association that the more chakra I use, the more strain on my physical body, the lower my life force? Like, what's the association?
So the reason why it's associated is because life force and physical energy are associated, but even that isn't entirely the same, because you can drain your physical energy in like just day-to-day working out, but you're not necessarily draining your life force when you do that. And then, but ignoring that for a moment, physical energy is one of the components of chakra. So physical energy and life force are associated, then so would chakra be. But it's like you drain your.
Can you drain your life force? Because I think you can. I think, yeah.
Well, you can, but not just like working out isn't just draining your life force.
Yeah, I think maybe. So like, why do you think that's not the case?
Well, it's definitely not the case in real life, because studies have just proven that working out helps you live longer. So.
No, I mean, so I think it's like an HP bar, right? Like, I think you can lower the bar, but also like it can just regenerate. It's the same. Like, I think you can like lower your life force by doing strenuous stuff. You can get close to death, but then like you can just like recover from the strenuous thing and then kind of get closer back to life or to your 100% HP.
I just don't see that as life force. To me, I mean, this could just be semantic the way you think of things, but to me, draining your life force, if you cut your life force. Okay, everyone seen Death Note? So yeah. I would life force and lifespan for a large extent seem pretty similar. Huh?
I was just responding about I've seen it too, so don't worry.
Okay. I feel like if Naruto's like shaving off, or actually, I don't want to spoil this, but Hunter x Hunter has the perfect example. But like, if you're shaving off your life force, to me in general, that would imply you're gonna die sooner, or you're just going to be forever like weaker at the very least. Whereas you drain your physical energy and you just regenerate it like it never happened. You're not like permanently weaker or permanently going to die sooner. So I don't feel comfortable equating them as the same. Because
so in your mind,
it might just be the way we use the words. It's the thing.
Life force is like a constant energy that can't like increase or decrease. It's just it's like a source of energy, but it's like something that can't increase or decrease. But like chakra can.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can. Obviously, in Naruto, we see you can decrease your life force, but like it stays there. Like you can do a life-sacrificing thing and permanently cut your life force in half or permanently end your life or whatever, but you can't like fluctuate up and down over and over again, seemingly.
So what would you say Hagoromo is in his like little ghostly form? Like what is that? Is that chakra or life force?
Chakra.
Chakra, yeah.
A chakra spirit thing.
Okay. So
that's what he describes it as, his chakra
Hagoromo,
lingering
then.
around. So
life force can't be mimicked, can't be copied. It's like
I don't think so. Well, unless you want to say like Karma's technically doing that, but I
Oh, okay.
No, I don't think so.
Maybe.
Because if the Karma Vessel dies, then they can't resurrect. So you need
that wasn't Hagoromo. That was just like a chakra copy of Hagoromo.
Yeah. Well, when I say copy, I think it's just his chakra just stayed there. I think it's just the original Hagoromo chakra that just never left Earth. That's how he kind of describes it.
It's for you, Kamui. You said remind you to leave. I'm not sure if that's what you need to do.
Oh, that was for a different day.
Okay.
I mean, I shouldn't stay on too late, but so thank you either way. But this isn't quite the time to leave.
I was gonna let you guys know that I had to end the stream because my stream was losing frames. Like for some reason, when it hits 12 a.m., I just gotta I have to stop the stream so that way I won't keep losing. Like it's like I don't know. I think it's losing data or something. So I had to literally end the stream as soon as possible. But I'm still recording everything. So
okay.
Well,
is it recording good frames for you?
It is. It's just for some. It's it's something.
Maybe.
Yeah. It's a stream output.
Oh, it's probably your space. You got enough space if you're because Stream Labs or whatever you're using, it might use up a lot of CPU.
Weird.
Just to mess up your frame rate, maybe.
Stream, how are you doing?
I forgot what we were talking about though.
We're just making a graph here.
I already made it. I put it in chat. If you want to look, Mello, you don't have to look at my screen. You can just look in chat. So what you're describing would be linear between chakra and stamina, to where when they're at 50% chakra, they're at 50% speed. Whereas I think in reality, I don't know if this is the best way to make the graph, since it's you have to put 0% stamina on the right. I think I maybe should have reversed this in some kind of way to make it better, but this is the way I did it. So I think it's when you're at 20% chakra, that's when it really starts mattering.
Yeah, I agree.
Just as an example.
Well, I would say if Naruto, who had 50% taken, let's say Momoshiki used a giant Rasengan, and Naruto needed to match that output, I think that's where the percentages will matter, obviously.
So I think that's more so sustainability in the long term, because think about it for sprinters. When you do, let's just say you sprint 10 times 200 meters, you could probably run that 200 meters roughly the exact same amount of time, all 10 times. But you're obviously constantly draining your stamina every time you run that 200 meters. But despite your stamina going down, you're able to sustain your physicals up until a certain point to where it's going to be falling off because you're just that low on stamina.
Exactly. As a track runner in high school and college, I can attest to this.
The longer it goes, the more you need to operate with bursts instead of consistent.
And so
do you think the Naruto who had 50% taken could have defeated Delta?
Yes.
Without that extra 50?
He arguably might have had to just go to the massive Rasengan finishing blow sooner. Just been all right, less playing around. But even then, I think he still probably could have done it the way he did it.
Okay.
Interesting.
But he might have had to do that sooner
depending on how much reserve he actually has.
So how do you think that impacts, like, well, you don't
because he
think
had to
he's
use a.
siphoning? Sorry.
No,
Please
go.
You can go. You can go.
I was just saying that like Naruto had to use like a monstrous amount of chakra to like get past Delta's regen. So yeah, you're right. He probably would have had to do it sooner. But like I don't think Naruto was just playing around for majority of that battle. So I think he was just like
down to like how much in reserve he has at the end of this fight to say how much he would have been able to use for his massive Rasengan at the end. Because he used a lot of chakra there, obviously.
Yeah, monstrous amount to where he had to like actually like he was pooped, like literally pooped.
What I'll
so
add,
it's like
clearly,
would he have enough chakra to. Yeah.
I think because everyone loves to use the statement that, oh, Naruto wasn't trying to kill her. I don't think that necessarily, that obviously applies throughout the entire fight, but does that mean Naruto was fighting without killing intent? Well, I don't think he was trying to slit her throat or target her vitals or anything crazy, but I think he was fighting with the intent to take her down, and what he did is he just pulled back at the last minute to not kill her. But he was fighting.
Well, he said it
with,
took
like,
a lot of effort
foe
to not kill her, so I don't think it was just that simple. It seemed like he had to be pretty particular.
Well, for me though, this is just me personally. My whole point with anything with that is just to say that was a difficult fight for Naruto. Just on a foundational level, that wasn't some easy or anything like that. And it's mostly like if he was so much better than her, just blitz her and like chop her on the neck. GG. But he couldn't. But he didn't.
Yeah.
So I suspect he didn't because he couldn't. And he did a lot of extra stuff for someone who you might think is exponentially more powerful. It's like, why are you going through all this? Even if you're trying to extract information, it's like there's so many more ways a person who's just exponentially stronger could have done that. So I think he was definitely trying under the context.
Especially after he got mad when like Delta tried to kill him, a warrior that was saying mean things about Kawaki. Like at that point, he's going to win the fight now. He's not extracting information. He got the information he was going to get, and that's that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So my whole thing about like would the Naruto that went up against Momoshiki be able to defeat that Delta? It's just kind of like, would he have the same amount of chakra to be able to sustain himself at that level for long enough to actually be able to defeat her? And then same with the giant massive Rasengan that he had to do. Would he have enough to actually just fully complete the task?
We don't know for sure. But granted, he was able to make a giant ass Rasengan for Boruto in base, so maybe he would.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this was a continuous one. Like, it wasn't just like he had to continue putting in, pouring more and more chakra.
Out of curiosity,
so he did like
how long does it look in the manga? How long does this go on for? Like, I know the anime.
Isn't it 4 pages? Isn't it 4 pages? I'm gonna take a look.
Well, keep in mind, Sauron, to where
33.
She's absorbing the Rasengan, and once she's done absorbing it, Naruto continues to make it even bigger, to make it the Cho Rasengan. Shout out Cho.
Yeah, the Chodama Rasengan.
So hypothetically, in like a
massive Rasengan.
Exactly, he obviously didn't need that, and if he slammed that into Delta with the intent to kill, I think it just would have killed her. So with that in mind, at a 50% chakra Naruto, let's just say he has enough chakra to overload her eye, but then instead of the super duper massive Rasengan, he just makes like a big ball Rasengan and slams it into her face, and that would just knock her out in the same way.
Yeah.
It just depends if he has enough chakra to get the job done. But if he doesn't, he's obviously screwed because she can just use that power back onto him.
Yeah.
But it just depends on how you want to frame the hypothetical.
So it happened. The exchange happens for 10 pages in the manga, and then he has to make one more super duper giant Rasengan, which is even more chakra to actually just slam into her. So the exchange is as long, pretty much like the anime didn't like make things go longer. It just
that's why I was curious how long the manga one does drag out for a bit there too.
I mean, once the eye is overloaded, the fight's over. I'm pretty sure the eye is blind. Obviously, he can't absorb anymore. I don't think he can shoot lasers anymore. Delta's cooked. Like she
literally said, "What the my eyes? They've lost all functionality."
Yeah.
What about the eye in the sky? I wish I could use that one.
Could she even see at that point?
All functionality. Can she see?
Has 3 eyes. Maybe she needs the third one. With a little airplane on her
My
back.
thing
She
is,
said
my
her
thing
view
is,
link
dude,
with the drone's been cut out too.
Ah, well, there you go.
Can she see?
Can she shoot lasers out of the
my
drone
thing
eye?
is,
If she
don't
can't,
know.
she's stupid for not doing that. That would have got Himawari off guard, that's for sure.
Just kill Naruto in the back of his neck.
Yeah,
You say
so the whole
something?
thing is just like, even if he could do like the continuous chakra thing, would he have enough chakra to do that last Rasengan to knock her out?
But does he need that last Rasengan? You know, is that just overkill, or does he need it?
Exactly.
It's hard to
to
tell.
knock her out? I don't think that he's not going to be. I don't think he can just like knock her out with just like taijutsu.
You don't think
And
so?
What if he
relatively
just
quickly
uses
or
a
whatever.
regular, like a Konohamaru's Matsuri Rasengan to the face?
I don't.
That's a lot
I'm
smaller.
not sure that would knock her out, to be honest. But I guess we don't, considering how much it. If that Rasengan was so much chakra to the point of like that's what needed to put her down, but
I don't think it was.
If something smaller was able to put her down, I feel like that Rasengan would have just ended up killing her entirely. Like it would have just eviscerated her if she couldn't handle something smaller.
Seemingly held back. It feels like he was just like
exactly.
It feels like he was just flexing at that point because, like, let's be honest, if Delta did just tank the super massive, giant, ultra massive, giant Rasengan thing, then you start looking at if Code's stronger than Delta, why was he even afraid of Moboshiki's massive Rasengans that weren't as big? Why did Fuse Momoshiki die, get blown to bits from the regular massive Rasengan if Delta's just tanking the super ultra massive Rasengan? You know, like, it's just unrealistic. And he said he told Kawaki he made extra effort to keep her alive, which I don't think making his biggest Rasengan in history is making effort to keep her alive.
And real quick, Sauron, so adding on to that, Kamui, if Naruto and Delta are relative, realistically, Naruto's a little bit stronger, and he's seemingly about to die to the massive Rasengan, Delta would have got eviscerated by that thing if Naruto really meant to.
Massive Rasengan, but that's like stage mode
like
Naruto.
a Rasengan smaller than the one that was going to kill Naruto would have killed Delta.
Wait, Rasengan's about to kill Naruto? You talking about the one Morishiki did against stage mode Naruto? Yeah, but that's like stage mode Naruto.
Yeah. You know, the Naruto that's even more durable?
Than KCM Naruto?
Arguably, yeah.
Wait. Why is Code stronger than Delta again?
Because like every member of Kara keeps telling us this.
Like limited code is?
Yeah, limited code. It's implied via every single member has an implication of code stronger than Delta, even with limiters on.
Including himself.
Well, implications aside, like what feats do we have for that?
The problem is Code fights. He fights people, beats up people weaker than Delta, then loses to people stronger than Delta. So we don't.
So it's just like a narrative.
Definitely narrative. Like he's narratively supposed to be stronger, but even then, like they just are telling us. Like I mean, I don't think Ikimoto would have every character under the sun tell us or imply it, and then never reveal he was actually weaker all along.
What do you mean by
if he was weaker, he would just do the reveal. I don't think he's just holding out for anything at this point. Like
by every character under the sun. I mean, obviously you've been hyperbolic. Like, do we have like a lot of characters saying this? Was this like something that needed to be reiterated multiple times?
Amado says it. Kawaki says it. Boro and Code both imply it. Jigen technically implies it when he assigns Code to guard the Ten Tails in case Sasuke shows up, and assigns Boro to guard Naruto in case Sasuke shows up, but assigns Delta to do nothing, knowing that Delta lost to Naruto already. I think Koji just implies he's stronger than Delta, and then Obito, Code, Kawaki, everyone's saying that Kode's the strongest member of Kara after Jigen, not Koji. So I feel like you just kind of pull all together. Every member of Kara seems to think Delta's weaker.
Like, Okay, so it's okay.
And even Delta doesn't say she's stronger than him. Like when Code's like, "Oh, I guess it's my turn next." She's just like, "Hey, I'm not done with him yet." She doesn't say, "Oh, I'm stronger than you, Code. You don't stand a chance." She's just like, "No, let me have another try." Like,
seems like they were all wrong. I mean, the
well,
feats don't
okay,
bear it out.
you can say that from the like objective power scalar mindset, and I'm fine with you making that argument. But from Ikimoto / Kodachi's perspective, they were clearly trying to tell us Code's stronger, and that's what they wanted us to think, because that's what they were trying to do. You can argue they did it bad, and that's fine, but that's what they were definitely trying to do.
I definitely wouldn't measure power based on aura.
How do you guys measure like other people's perspectives without being those people? Out of curiosity.
Well, why would he have so many statements about it and never imply in any way that those characters are wrong? Why would he do that?
I mean, that's not an answer to my question, but okay.
Well, these aren't real characters. They're Ikimoto's mindset.
So they're real characters.
Well, they don't exist in real life. They exist in Ikimoto's brain, and they're...
You wouldn't call people characters in real life. So I thought the implication of using the character would imply that they're actual.
They're in a fictitious story that doesn't exist.
Well, of course.
Yeah, but so they're used to convey information to the audience from the author whenever they use dialogue like that.
It just depends on, like, just your interpretation of what their interpretation of. There's just a lot of assumptions being spoken as definitive facts is all. But I get your point. It's cool. It looks like Delta's pretty tough, and Kawaki is kind of, Code's kind of not, just feat wise. But I get the narrative implications. That's cool. That's also a factor in scaling as well. So,
I mean, I would just argue, in my opinion, they could have done a better job of conveying Code's strength at different points. Absolutely. I will be the first to say yeah. But regardless of how well executed something is, a lot of times, not always obviously, but a lot of times you can't just get a sense of what the author's trying to convey, even if they do a bad job. And I think this is one of those cases where, at least in my opinion, you can clearly tell what they're trying to convey, whether they do the best job or not.
Would you say Delta is relative to Code if Two Blue Vortex Boruto stepped on her face as well?
Is that a question for me, or?
Might as well be.
I'm sorry, rephrase the question.
So, if Boruto stepped on Delta's face, would she be relative to Code?
If that's all the information I had to go off of?
Yes.
No.
All of the new information, that is. Everything else stays the same.
So what I would do, under that context, I would have to look at the last time Code actually had a fight that was in comparison to the last Delta fight, which would probably be versus Shikamaru, I guess. And then his fight would be versus Damon. So I would say he fought a superior combatant, and Damon didn't wash him out, right? So on a baseline, unlimited Code should be over any version of the new Delta. And then if I fast forward to the TBV landscape, then I would say I don't have any new information, so they should be neutral. But the information I do have is based upon part 1, which would be the Code scaling over Delta. So that wouldn't make them relatively, just put Code over Delta.
So, okay. New perspective. Code has all the same feats, but he looks really cool doing them. Is he over Delta now?
I mean, he's over Delta in the first example, regardless of how cool he looked. So yeah.
Okay.
It is a plus.
I do think though, when it comes to people like Bara, the answer would be yes.
Yes.
Wait, no, that was a low-key Bara diss. I can't have y'all doing my boy.
Well,
come on.
We can say it's a Bara because we like Bara.
That's crazy. Luckily, Kamui's mic is a little echoey, so he didn't hear it.
We could say that was Kamui's dog who said that, not Kamui.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you guys have any other topics, or you guys want to wrap?
Well, should we do Actually, no, we should do Immortals topics. We could instead just do some of ours.
Okay. Do you want me to pull up one, Kamui, or did you have one in mind?
You, because I'm going upstairs to get my Chinese food. So
okay.
You do one first.
Chinese
Mello
tonight too.
Yeah, if you want to do the check thing first, or I guess you just did. So okay, so Mello. Do you remember what the first topic was the last time we streamed together?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so it was Boruto's sword, and so you approached it from a completely fair perspective, considering I didn't specify, but not the perspective I was talking about. So, when Jura chips Boruto's sword, and Boruto makes a face, and I am sharing my screen, so when he made that face, do you think that was better or worse than this?
I would. What is that? Naruto in the Pain Invasion arc?
Yes.
I know what he's doing.
Do you think this is more narratively significant than Boruto's reaction to the sword being chipped?
I'm too high to ask this version of me this
well,
question.
that's why I'm asking you.
I don't know.
All right. Maybe that was a little bit too confusing. So let me ask it another way.
Yeah.
Another way. So, would you say this is better than canon?
Bro, I'm gone, bro. I'm lost, bro.
Bro, I don't even have to see it.
Y'all let me sober up and then ask me this question. Okay. I'm at like 70% right now. Okay, if that.
So Mello, did you enjoy Boruto 2 Blue Vortex Chapter 23?
Sure. Yes.
Interesting.
Well, what are y'all talking about?
So
what is this?
So Sauron, we're talking about your favorite topic. So.
Oh, enjoyment versus what you think the quality of the chapter
no. Specifically, Kamui's take on Boruto's sword chip scene.
Oh, my freaking goodness.
Okay, we're getting Mello's perspective.
No.
So,
Heck, Mello. Best have the right one.
Not getting Mello's perspective. You're getting not sober Mello's perspective,
which
is
even
things.
better for this topic.
Okay.
Yeah, you're getting edibles Mello's perspective.
I stand by nothing. Okay.
So first of all, just so Sauron's on the same page. So Sauron, I'm sharing my screen. What do you think about this? Do you think this is better or worse than canon?
That is worse.
Okay. So you're 1 for 2. So what about this one?
Okay, that's nice. That's a. So you know how like Kamui went? Yeah, he made a goofy face. I'd say this is slightly more goofy than that is, but sure, it works too. That is indeed shock.
Okay.
So the Bigfoot grainy footage, like it's 2025. What's going on?
So Mello, when Boruto had his reaction to the sword, why weren't you punching airs at Boruto's reaction?
Bro, because apparently Kamui was livid.
It's the worst part of the chapter. Ikimoto ruined Boruto.
Wait, did you say airs as in plural? Like with an S?
Well,
punching airs?
Well, there are a lot of molecules to be punched, so yes.
But we call those air molecules, not air. It's like the air molecules aren't air. They're cumulatively, you would call it. Never mind. Okay.
Well, to be fair, Mello, the air to the left up above your head and the air to the right up above your head are 2 different areas. So they're areas.
Only from your subjective point of view. Objectively, that's not true.
Well, no, it is objectively true that they're 2 different areas. There's no getting around that.
Not really. Like this, I mean, it's like okay, whatever. I'm too high for this. Okay. Maybe you got me there.
Sure. So Mello, did you think
70%? Okay.
Did you think the Boruto reaction to the sword chip scene was trash?
Was what?
Okay, Kamui, take it away.
Wait.
Trash. What are you like?
What did you say?
Whether it was trash or not. Yeah, because Kamui hated it. This was the worst part of the chapter.
This is not. You're so overbleeding.
No, Kamui, no, he isn't. You were very dramatic that day.
I'm lost, bro.
Kamui, why don't you explain this in your own
You were dramatically, I get. You know what I'm gonna do, Oodie? I'm gonna read your podcast topic that proves my point. Let me go find it. Oh, where is it?
Okay.
Bro, they need to start paying these like fan artists, bro.
Okay.
To just color the manga chapters.
Okay, you know what, Saran? Okay, looking at the flow of the manga, what was the point of the sword chip scene? Before and after, Boruto and Jiraiya were in the same position, with the same context and the same conclusion. All they did was the sword chip as the only new thing here. Even Boruto's sequence was the same as what he has been doing, so the scene must only exist to see Boruto's reaction to his sword chip in the future. So,
what is happening?
With that in mind,
which is different from
the scene
topic,
only exists to see Boruto's reaction. Do you think Boruto's reaction lives up to the only point of this scene?
Why'd you put so much emphasis on that only?
Because that's exactly what Oodie wrote. He capitalized only.
Fair enough.
Well, to be more specific, I think the only point of the scene is for Boruto's sword to be chipped, in which case it is a waste of pages because it could have just been chipped elsewhere in the chapter.
Okay.
But that's different
Well,
from
Saran,
Kamui's
what do you
topic.
think?
So which one do you prefer more? Kids WB or JetX?
JetX is cooler, but I prefer Kids WB.
What makes JetX cooler? What?
I mean, look at the logo. Are you not like the Spy Kids show or whatever it was called? The X Family, whatever it was?
What even is that thing?
Wait, what is it again? I've already forgotten.
JetX?
Yeah, whatever. You get the idea.
Jet GETIX. I think maybe.
Yes, thank you. It's cool, right?
What the fuck is that?
It looks like a ninja. It's like a robot ninja cyborg pirate, all combined with a devil,
shark or a bullet bill
with an anime eye. All cool things.
Huh.
Yeah, it's
that
like
one
a spy.
down there, right below it. That one, that red one.
Wow, it's literally a devil. It's so cool. This is more Bullet Billy as well.
That one looks like a Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. Kids love Pokemon. So yeah, JetX definitely cooler than Kids WB.
Sure. I have no idea what we're talking about, but okay.
That's your topic.
Random thought that just popped in my head. Sorry. I was curious.
Kamui, I feel like you've done
Kamui, you never seen them.
Job explaining the sword chip scene.
Kind of what Saran saying?
Saran?
Well, Saran, what do you think?
Coloring this panel too.
Saran?
Oh, that's right.
I haven't been paying attention to what you're saying.
Saran, why don't you explain to Mello the dramatization of the sword chip scene controversy?
I don't feel like doing all that though.
Oh my god.
Why not?
I was never gonna get
Saran, for someone who's so passionate about this scene, it seems weird that you wouldn't want to talk about it.
I was passionate against your stance on the scene.
My very mild stance of
it.
saying I think they could have done a little bit more.
No, you were being extremely dramatic.
No. I was extremely arguing against you for extremely disagreeing with me for saying I think they could have done a little bit more. That's how it
you
started.
were acting
That was
like
my
this
stance.
was absolutely catastrophic to the original scene, which I thought was just hyperbolic and ridiculous. That's how you were acting. You're acting, this is so bad.
No, Saran. It's what's happening right now. I started off completely calm and said, I think they could have done a little bit more. Then you just vehemently disagreed. You're like, oh, that's the worst idea you've ever said, Kamui. And that amplified my reaction, just like it is right now.
That was the worst idea that you've ever said.
You might as well.
I implied that
it's like right now. I started calm, Sauron, like right now.
I was saying that you were overblowing it to like.
No, I wasn't overblowing it, but you said it.
That's overblowing. Okay.
Oh.
So what about the sword thing?
If you go back to that stream, Kamui was putting a lot of emphasis as to how bad that scene was. He was.
No, I wasn't. I was not until you doubled down against me, so I doubled down against you.
To be fair,
entire
Kamui.
point was just okay.
No, your entire point was Kamui. It's absolute perfection. It could use no improvement.
I said nothing of the sort.
Well, then why did you disagree with me by saying they could have done it a little bit more?
This is objectively incorrect.
I'm so sorry, Mello.
Then why did you disagree with me,
so
Saran?
sorry.
So do you agree they could have done a little bit more?
I agree.
Because that was my original stance. Do you agree or disagree with that?
You are making your stance sound a lot more reasonable. We can always go back
you
to
just
that
didn't like the
day.
stance the first time around.
Sauron, please go find the timestamp.
You didn't like the build up to the mild stance. I literally told you in the thing. I didn't even plan to mention it in my review because of how mild the point was. And you doubled down against me, and that's why I amped up, just like I am now.
Okay, come on.
Well, it is just Naruto's power system.
What a way to rewrite history.
Okay, Saran. You know what, Saran? I've got a question for you. Is that you just love everything in Boruto? Okay.
I tried.
So, Saran.
I don't.
Saran, since you're Boruto's #1 fan, I got a question.
Not.
So, Saran, why did Ikimoto choose to write the Shinju as divine trees if they aren't divine trees because they're still Biju and still need to devour an Atsuki to become a divine tree? Why didn't he just write them as 10 tails / claw grind with awakened consciousness? Why did he do that?
You got this, Sauron. That's an easy answer.
This is all you, Saran. It's Boruto's #1 fan. More of a fan than Jonathan Oliver.
Okay, Sauron, when you get stuck, I have your perfect answer. I found something that coincidentally works perfectly for this.
When you get stuck, it's crazy. No faith at all, damn.
You're making me have to rely on memory of a chapter I don't remember too much.
No, Sauron.
No, Sauron, you don't need to remember a chapter. The question is, why did Ikimoto choose to write this way?
Okay, so first of all, Kamui, do you know what I'm referencing when I say my thing?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a topic below this.
Do you need my help anymore?
Oh, divine. Oh, okay.
Yep.
I was wondering what this was in reference to.
Well, it's not in reference to that. It just perfectly works in line with it. But Sauron, let's hear an answer. Before I give you the answer.
Wait, I have a question. Is Boruto a hero if he doesn't wear his underwear on the outside?
If he doesn't what? Work on what?
Is this in reference to Superman?
Yeah.
I heard there's 2 evil Supermen or something. 2 different storylines of evil Superman. One where he's like an anti-hero.
They put their underwear on the inside these days.
All right, Atlas. Let's go dookie.
Shout out Atlas. So Sauron, do you have an answer?
Oh, I thought I muted, bro. Sorry.
Saran, we're waiting.
That's gonna get you caught up one day, bro. You gotta be careful with that.
Bro, I keep thinking I mute and then I
You're gonna be
didn't mute.
like
I'm
that
talking
Shannon
to my
Sharp dude.
mother. I'm
No,
talking
Saran, you
to
seem to
my
be
mother.
dancing around this question. I thought this would be really simple for Ikimoto's #1 fan.
Do you not hear
I'm
Atlas
not
taking a crap
Ikimoto's
right
number.
now?
Bro, I'm not
Saran,
Ikimoto's
as
number
Ikimoto's
one
#1
fan.
fan, answer the
I'm
question.
Never claimed to be.
You know,
Ever.
Saran,
Oh,
you got it
Saran,
easy,
Saran, you never
Saran.
claimed to be? Would it just so happen to be the same way I never claimed the chip scene was like the most incredulous thing of all time, and instead I said it was just a mild thing?
We need to go back to that stream.
Find the timestamp, Saran,
We'll go
when
back
you
to that
can.
stream one day.
But hey, to be fair, Saran, I
it.
think you got it easy. Kamui just calls me Troy's #1 fan, so...
No,
Troy's #1 fan?
Yes, you
When am I
did.
ever
How are you
calling you
Troy's
that?
#1 fan?
When we argued
feel like
over
you would
that
disagree
Troy
with Troy
tweet
on
that one
everything.
time.
Okay. Well, if I did do that, then that's hilarious, and I stand by
What
it.
happened to Cam? Like, what happened to your co-hosts? Where are your people? at?
Yeah, where is she?
I mean...
Oh,
on
she's probably
Twitch.
like playing games with Sour.
That awkward silence was crazy. Okay.
Bro, all I heard
feel
was
like I
nothing, and I'm
broached-
like, wait,
I feel like I broached
Did
the topic.
something happen?
No, I was just chewing my
Did,
food
like,
for a
a-
second.
I was waiting for Kamui to answer.
Oh shit.
No, we still talk like
This
every
is-
day. In fact, we literally talked earlier today in the group chat.
Yeah, but a lot of
So,
times we
Mello,
just
I
watch
just want, like,
movies or episodes with her.
I don't want to derail too much, I guess, but
Twitch.
like I'm not interested in what they're talking about right now. But like, I have a question. What have you seen the Superman trailers? Do you like them? I have a question.
All over the place.
Just a simple yes or no.
I've
I
seen
have
the
not seen
trailers.
I've seen like
Have
one,
you seen this?
the first one.
Okay,
I
you've
haven't
only
seen
seen
the-
the one.
yeah.
Okay.
One of them had crypto in them or
Alright.
something.
I used to watch
Wait, I
Crypto
haven't
Dog
seen
on
the
Yeah.
new
TV.
ones.
That was a dope cartoon.
Are you looking forward to that movie or nah?
Not really. From what I've seen,
Yeah, so-
it looks a little lame and boring.
Oh,
I like crypto though. Crypto looks cool.
W.
And yeah, Oodie, I like that cartoon too.
Let's go.
Crypto,
Hopefully those other
super
trailers
drug.
can change your mind. I don't think it looks lame at all.
It could definitely change my mind for sure. But I am excited mostly for the return to like a more optimistic Superman. I think with the world in the current state that it is, that's needed. So I think that's better. Yeah.
Yes.
And I don't
The
want to
very
do like the
bright,
whole
colorful.
messianic Jesus figure. I don't want to do that anymore either.
Oh hell no! I don't. I hated all that interjection that he did in his Zack Snyder's movies. I thought it was really cringe. You get it? He's like really powerful. People like look at him, and he's like a god, Jesus, and I'm like, oh my goodness.
I get
What
the
are you
notion because I
doing,
think
bro?
that would 100% happen. So I'm okay with exploring that through some media, but I don't think that's needed for this movie.
That's just not really the figure Superman's meant to represent, like at all. But like, I get wanting. I guess I get the desire of wanting to do that. I just think that there's more interesting things to do than Jesus allegories, but sure, I guess.
think
Your
that,
prerogative, but I just thought it was real cringe.
Have you seen Teen Wolf before? It relates.
Well, sorry, don't you
Only
mean
a
Jesus
couple.
themes?
Okay. Have you seen that new Lois and Clark show?
I stopped at season 3, but it's a really good show.
Okay, I've only seen season 1. So I think
Okay.
just from the season I've seen, they do a really good job with Clark, like just him
Oh, they
being
do,
Clark.
yes. Mhm.
And I really want them to explore, like, kind of maybe going in the vein of that, when exploring Clark, and then like when doing Superman, just get away from the Snyder stuff and just stick to like the more optimistic comic booky, like kind of like Golden Age Superman. I think will be pretty cool.
Yep.
And
Agree with
I'm
all
not
of
sure what
that.
they're doing with Lex and all the other stuff, but I think they're trying to incorporate Supergirl. They got the girl from House of the Dragon, I think, in there. So it's interesting. I like Supergirl. So
Yeah, Supergirl will be the second film in the franchise. They're starting with Superman and Supergirl.
yeah.
I think they should do Wonder Woman pretty soon after that. Although there doesn't even seem to be a script on the horizon, which is concerning to me because, like, I do think you should just start with Superman, Supergirl, Batman, and Wonder Woman as like your filler characters for the franchise, rather than doing like, oh, we're starting Superman, then Supergirl, then Scarecrow. Huh?
Well, they're
Scarecrow. Then we're going.
Scarecrow's weird. Yeah, no, they're
No, Clayface. Clayface. My bad. Clayface.
they're throwing a lot of characters in this first movie. It looks like, so I think that might be a mistake as well.
Yeah, it could make the movie very bloated.
Yeah, on paper, like I like that they're accelerating like the timeline to get to like the Justice Society or Justice League, so that's cool and all. But yeah, no, I guess they're trying not to do like the origin Spider-Man story thing. They're just kind of go right into the mix. So I think that's a good decision as well at this point. But yeah, maybe a few more trailers can get me more optimistic about it for sure.
And then just one last thing, I really like James Gunn's idea for Batman, which is like he wants the comic booky, fantastical Batman with all the metahuman characters and all that. And I'm like, oh, finally, yes, a Batman that isn't trying to be grounded but really not. Because like I like the Robert Pattinson Batman movie from the 20 minutes I've seen of it. But I've seen a lot of clips from that movie. I like the Dark Knight trilogy, but everybody seems to just want to make Batman this incredibly grounded individual. And it's like, can we stop doing that? Like, we already did that. Let's have a nice and fantastical Batman, please. With like these weird, wacky feats that he's able to achieve, even though he's only human. All of these meta-human characters that are actually quite silly to some degree. Like, let's have some fun. Batman's not a grounded character, and he never was, except for a couple of comic book iterations.
We share the exact same sentiment. It's a little bit. It's like the Superman example. I'm okay with them doing it, but now that they've got it out their system, it's time to move on. You know, Batman has never been a character that you can like attain or strive to be. Like, I don't know why people keep trying to make him out to be that. This dude is not relatable. He's a billionaire. He has like you would never
like
be
the
that
idea,
dude.
but we've
Never.
done it already. I'm ready to move on. We already did the damn thing.
Correct.
We already did it. And that's one of the reasons why Batman and the Robert Pattinson Batman films might be a different Batman than the one in the DCU, because, well, that one's obviously going for a more grounded feel. Matt Reeves already said that he doesn't want any meta-human, fantastical characters in his Batman world. So, best to separate the Batmans.
I am...
Because those are two conflicting visions for Batman.
I am desperate for something Batman Beyond. It's been so long, and I'm not sure if I'll ever get it, but I don't know, maybe a video game at this point, but...
No idea. Absolutely no idea. Batman Beyond's really cool, though.
Yeah.
An animated show revival would be cool, although that's never gonna happen. Like, the cartoons that they announced are like, there's gonna be a Starfire show.
It's gonna be on Cartoon Network or just maybe like the streaming?
Yeah, it's gonna be on the Cartoon Network. They're doing a dang it, I forgot all the animated shows that they're doing, but they're doing a lot of animated shows.
Do they have like
they're not in the DCU though. They're all like just cartoons.
No, the cartoons are always peak. I think they have like, I know Disney has like the D something 23 or something where they like dump all their information. I don't think Warner Brothers has the equivalent though. Maybe just Comic-Con.
I'm unsure.
It'd be interesting though. But Oodie, Kamui, you guys still there?
Hi.
Yeah. Sorry to derail, but I wanted to ask Mello about that stuff.
Okay.
All right.
How do you guys not like have an interest in comic books? That's kind of, or at least like the comic characters. That's just, I'm not. It's fair. It's fun. It's fun. It's like, you are American after all. Like, you like anime and manga. Shouldn't you like cartoons and comics?
I don't like reading.
I think in some way, is reading a comic really reading? I mean, I guess technically, I don't know. Would you put anime over cartoons as a medium?
As a medium, yes. But you'd go by like a case by case basis.
Bro, the Joker came out of nowhere.
I
Bro.
know. I'm saying.
I'm running with my dog. I'm sorry.
Zarin, is a squid attacking your surfboard or what?
So why would you do that? Why would you do that, Oodie? Why would you put anime over cartoons?
As a medium?
Yeah.
I think it could reach higher heights.
Do you think so do you think cartoons can't reach those heights? Or they haven't?
Good question. Probably haven't. So yeah, that might just be the same.
Well, I
So if
thought
I
the original
invoke like
question.
Toy Story or Pixar stuff, you wouldn't consider those reaching those heights?
I feel like that's not a cartoon.
I think it's absolutely a cartoon.
The Toy Story 3D movies?
Do you think cartoons are?
I don't know.
Okay, so
Do you think cartoons are just like
let's
cartoons
define
as
cartoon.
like their TV shows?
Sorry, what was that, sorry?
Do you consider cartoons as just like a tune, like a short 20-minute thing, like a TV show?
For the most part, but obviously they can have hour specials and they can even have movies.
I'll also add, for me, I know this is ridiculous, but for me, cartoons are 2D, not 3D.
Well, what about Jimmy Neutron?
See, that's the problem there.
Yeah.
See, what I'm about to say makes no sense.
Bro. I need to mute.
Okay, what I'm about to say does not make sense. But to me, Jimmy Neutron's not a cartoon, it's Nickelodeon.
Okay, so then what about the SpongeBob
like
episodes that are in like claymation or whatever?
The art? You
That
mean like the one he goes to like Fairly Odd Parents world?
I said
Like
SpongeBob.
Wallace and Gromit. Yeah, Wallace and Gromit.
The ones the ones that are animated like with clay and whatnot, and like they're like stop motions. I'm pretty sure that's
A Nightmare Before Christmas. Like, yeah, it's a lot of them.
I'd consider
so
that
you
a
guys
kid's
wouldn't consider
movie.
these cartoons? You wouldn't consider these like cartoons, or like under the umbrella of cartoon?
I wouldn't put it under the umbrella
to me,
cartoon.
they're just always 2D.
Cartoons to me are an animated work that is a TV show.
So, Kamui, what about a SpongeBob episode that incorporates both 2D and 3D?
That would just be a 3D thing incorporated into the cartoon.
But like a SpongeBob episode
the show at
that's
its core
fully
is a cartoon.
So a SpongeBob episode that's fully 3D, would you consider that SpongeBob episode a cartoon?
Because it's an episode of SpongeBob, it still is. But that episode would be like it's still because it's part of SpongeBob. You kind of have to say yes, but you could also say that was like the one not cartoon episode of SpongeBob.
Okay, so would you consider Fairly Odd Parents a cartoon?
Yeah.
What about the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour?
That's a movie, isn't it? Or is that an episode special?
It is a movie. Okay,
I feel like you just answered your question by like another. That's a pretty similar question to the other one. So I think you got your answer, bro.
So one of the Power Hours, correct me if I'm wrong, is a 4-parter. So it's like 4 30-minute episodes or 24-minute episodes, whatever.
That's what I thought, like once a movie, once episode, but I don't really remember how that worked.
Yeah, so what about that?
Well, it should be the same thing. The Fairly Odd Parent episode would be like a cartoon with the 3D elements in it, like the SpongeBob example. But Jimmy Neutron would be not a cartoon with a cartoon episode.
Okay.
And it's obviously not the definition. It's just, to me, cartoons are 2D.
Kamui's definition.
It's how I
Bro.
feel.
Yeah.
Anime and cartoon are literally the same thing, like definition.
Oh, don't tell it to Oodie.
Avatar: The
anime or
Last Airbender
Japanese
is an anime.
cartoons. That's what they call it.
Or is it a cartoon?
Anime
Whichever
is
stance I'm
just Japanese
vehemently
cartoon.
on, that's the one it is.
It's just like how they tell stories on average is really different and what the source is from. So like the medium is different, but they're the same thing.
Yeah,
Like
Avatar's
they're
an
all
anime.
cartoons.
Like Trap Senpai says, Ko Lyoko. You guys ever seen that?
Kolyoko, is that the one with like the robots or whatever? Where they like zip
how do I
line?
describe?
And like
It's like they go
the
into like a
Chinese symbols?
VR world or something.
Yeah, I think yeah. Okay. No, that's a cool one.
It's like it's like CG.
Yeah, a lot of like
But it's like a
flying. Dude,
cartoon.
that's a cool one. It got canceled early on, right? Like season 1.
Gumball's coming back.
I know. I think it had a few seasons, at least
Oh,
4
really?
maybe.
I
It's pretty popular. Yeah. But yeah, so you wouldn't consider like Toy Story or like Wreck-It Ralph or like those type of stuff cartoons?
I consider those kids movies.
But are they cartoons?
No.
Kids movies. Because another word for cartoon is animation.
Yeah.
So are they animated?
Well, it's another word
I
for
consider
it.
cartoons TV shows of any animated form. So I wouldn't call it a cartoon. I would just say it's an animated film. Because cartoons to me are TV shows. But like technically it is a cartoon.
It's funny you say animated film. Like that's literally in one of the definitions. It says
Of cartoon. I know. I'm aware, Mello. I'm aware. I said technically. Technically.
Yep. Okay.
I mean, what's the definition of a tune?
A tune?
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't a tune like a little thing? Like a little. Let me see.
That's what I thought.
Tuned. Definition.
It'll probably be like a 2D or well, maybe not even 2D anymore. A character.
You got the Looney Tunes, which technically is a different thing, but you got like Toontown. There's lots of tunes.
Some of my favorite movies are when they cross over like live action with cartoons. So peak.
Yeah.
Like Who Framed Roger Rabbit. What did I save this to? Oh, it's probably screenshots.
I love it.
But yeah, I was just curious because I think, well, if you don't consider stuff like Pixar movies cartoons, then I can understand. But they still have like a lot of cartoons like Static Shock from Kids WB won like an Emmy Award or something like that for covering like racism and bigotry and certain types of topics. Like there's a lot of great cartoons that do cover that. Stuff like maybe like Futurama. Like so like when we started getting to like more mature cartoons, you get to like your Adult Swim type of stuff or anything like that.
Yeah, something more adult, like Amazing World of Gumball.
It's less complex. Messages
something
as hard.
Amazing World of Gumball, something a bit more adult.
More like Adventure Time.
The Amazing World of Gumball? Is what?
Yeah, I would not point to the Amazing World of Gumball to be a mature cartoon.
Something a bit more adult.
Like Adventure Time.
It has some stuff.
Yeah.
This like kind of
Amazing
weird...
World of Gumball, something more adult.
Bro, stop saying.
You gotta stop that, Sauron. At this point, you know what you're doing.
Is this a meme?
The Amazing World of Gumball has some very scarce, rare scenes to where it takes itself seriously. Rarely, scarcely. A handful of them exist, but yeah.
I love that. I loved that show. It's coming back, but I'm sure it's not going to be good. But we'll see. Hopefully.
Okay.
I really like that show.
Would that be considered like a retro anime at this point? I mean, a retro cartoon?
Like old school? Would it be? It came out in like 2000. No, it came out in 2010.
Yeah, it's 15 years ago. It's a boomer anime.
Oh.
Now. I mean, a boomer cartoon.
Huh. I haven't thought about that.
Like all my favorite stuff is like boomer stuff now. So, so it's funny. Like you never really think about it. It's like, oh wait, I enjoyed that when I was a kid. Yeah, it was 15 years ago.
It frustrates me that show got canceled the way that it did, and then it was meant to get a film, but then that didn't happen. It was meant to conclude the story, but now it's coming back, and I'm sure they're not going to leave off where they left off. They're just going to do something random, and it's like, bro, I want to get the end of the story. You could have ended the story soon. I don't need new random episodes. I just want to finish the story. Can it irritate me? I know it was doing really well. It didn't go down in ratings at all. It got canceled for some very odd reason, was Cartoon Network and stuff. It was bizarre, but it was still doing really well. I hated that they did that. Ugh, disgusting. Revolting.
What the hell, bro? They let Ben 10 die on the vein. I don't know what they did with that show.
They stopped doing anything with the IP. I didn't even finish Ben 10, so I don't know how that show ended. I mean Ben 10 like Ben 10, not like Ben 10 Omniverse or whatever that secondary cartoon or whatever was. Like Ben 10, Ben 10.
I will
I don't even know what the
advocate
ending
for
of
Lilo and
Ben
Stitch.
10 is. I like Lilo. That's another one. Lilo and Stitch is like a boomer cartoon.
Yes.
Oh
good.
yeah. Oh, Young Justice. When it came back, it was bad.
It was bad.
Oh god, it was bad. Oh my gosh, it was good. It came back bad, and then it only got worse.
It came
The
back
animation
a few
also got
times
worse too. Yeah, it got canceled again though. And the thing is, they said that they didn't have an ending for the show regardless. They were never going to. They never wanted to write conclusions to anything. They always wanted to leave things open ended, which is what the writers said. So they never had like an ending in mind for almost anything.
I'll put this out here. I think like shows like Batman the Animated Series and like Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, those shows can rival anime. Like
yes,
the topics that the fights, the topics that they touch on, like those shows are like fucking A1, top tier stuff.
I haven't rewatched those shows in like 7 years.
This is one scene where it's like Batman is like super powerful, like reality warping like little girl, and nobody can really mess with her.
Everybody has to know that scene. You have to at least watch that scene once. That scene is awesome.
You know where I'm going. Yeah, so
although
he
it breaks
walks
my
up
heart because it's voiced
and
by
sits on the
Kamui
swing.
right now.
Yeah, he's like, "Am I going to die?" He's like, "Yes." Like he doesn't like lie to her or anything. Like he just like when I was a kid, when I watched, I was like, "Damn, this is sad as hell." What the hell? There's so many great scenes. Or like this is scene in Batman the Animated Series where Bruce is fighting this woman who's like stuck as like a little girl, and like she looks like a little doll, and like she's like there's this one scene where she's like shooting at him, and she's like shooting at in this house of mirrors, and she sees herself in the mirror, and she just starts breaking down and crying, and then like Bruce just walks up to her as Batman, and he just holds her and hugs her. Like that's how the conflict gets resolved. Like there's no fight, there's no nothing. It's just the sad, like she was just a hurt woman. Like it's very impactful and powerful stuff. And I mentioned Static Shock too. Was another one.
I don't know why they don't
DC
just
cooks.
do. I don't know why they don't just do like 2D animated media. So although 2D animation is kind of dying in whatever in the West, but whatever to an extent. But
not just the West.
I don't know why they don't just
the lost art. Man. It's beautiful.
Yeah, but I don't know why they don't just try and make like a lot of cartoons are just episodic. They don't really try and tell overarching stories a lot of the times, except for the part specials where they do. I don't know why they don't just try and do like what like anime does, which is like constantly continuing evolving stories. I don't know why they don't just do that rather than just doing episodic cartoons.
There's an answer for that. Yeah. It's because in Japan, they respect animation in a way that we don't in the West. So if in the West, it's marketed towards children, and for them, adults can enjoy it. So the caliber of story that's going to be told is going to be different, and then also the attention.
And they want you to be able to watch it at any time, like be able to jump into any single episode and be able to engage in it in any. Yeah.
It also has more meaningful cartoons, in my opinion, such as Cardcaptor Sakura.
Bro, stop this. That's an anime. That's not a cartoon.
I agree.
Cardcaptor. You must be the only person I've ever met online who has ever seen
like,
that.
Imagine
like there's anime all done.
Like there's so much you can do with like Marvel and DC in terms of a 2D animated overarching story that's like directed towards like the same audience as Battle Shonen. I don't know. It's just a shame that doesn't happen.
A few try it. Like you said, Young Justice was one of them. There's always like something happening in the background that carries over.
That is true, but it is still mostly episodic. But yes, you are correct.
But
that's why people love that show so much.
That's just DC. Like DC just cooks with that kind of stuff. Like even Justice League, they had like albeit like little arcs, but like they'll have like you get little part 1s, part 2s, part 3s, that type of stuff. But well, whenever they do that, it's some of the best writing that they have when it comes to cartoons, for sure.
What a shame.
I think we'll get there.
Whatever.
Well, actually, we maybe won't. I still gotta finish my my little cartoon video, but yeah, like around like the 90s, there was like this real push for like artistic expression more so than like the whole corporate side of it, and I don't think we will ever get that landscape again to where like they led with their artists and not like their like bottom line. So that was a rare moment in time, I think.
Yeah, although they seem to be short circuiting now, where like they realize, because like look at Disney for example, like with the MCU, they're losing more money than they're gaining in terms of making these shows and movies. They're making almost no profit at all. So it's like maybe let's try going into a different direction now. Now that y'all are like making literally zero. You're not even breaking even. They're not even. Thunderbolts was well liked. I haven't seen the entirety of that movie. We'll see if I like it or not. But like that movie was well liked. It didn't even break even. That movie made no money.
It's like I
didn't even
don't
make
know
that
why
money.
they shifted. Like, why did they shift their? Because Endgame was pretty solid, I thought. You know, Infinity War. It
Infinity
was
War is
solid.
really good. Endgame.
Well, I think Endgame had great highlight moments. I'll say that.
Yeah, it for sure did. It for sure did. I don't like that movie. I don't like Endgame, but
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. But my point is, like, they seem to have. I mean, it was never perfect. Like, I didn't like any of the Iron Man movies except for like the first one. But and the
I
third
really
movies were
liked the first
trash
one.
for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one was perfect. But all in all, they had their formula down. They did their thing. I'm like, why the shift? Why the change?
Well, Kevin Feige probably wanted to make it more. He rapidly expanded the MCU across the board with the TV shows, movies. He wanted to rapidly expand to very broad areas because he was like, okay, well, Endgame was super successful. We were super successful in everything. We can basically do any type of content and make money. So let's just like rapidly expand everything. You have multiple projects going on at once. Doesn't matter if you can properly communicate or if things are consistent or not. Doesn't matter. Just like roll with the bottom. Just continue making it churn. And then it just flatlined on itself. And now they're making no money. So it's like, that wasn't a good idea. They were giving these projects no time to be produced, no communications between any staff. The VFX artists had no time to work. The writers had no time to work. The writers didn't even know a lot of the things that they were even doing in terms of like how this fit into the overarching story. So they were just kind of doing things. You'll notice like with Wanda's character, she goes pretty much through the same arc in WandaVision that she does in Multiverse of Madness. They're pretty much the same arc, but because of like Michael Waldron, he didn't actually watch WandaVision. He didn't know how much of a role Vision plays into Wanda's character, which is why in WandaVision and Multiverse of Madness, Vision is not even recalled for things that she cares about and wants to possess and whatnot, and wants to have. She doesn't even mention Vision throughout pretty much the entirety of the movie. But yeah, so they wanted to make more money, but like they just flatline themselves. They spread themselves way too thin.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, just on a foundational level, they understood like the approach, like the mental approach you have to have. Maybe I mean even like the execution you have to have. It just seems like they completely forgot everything that made them great, and they kind of started completely over.
Because you want to know, they didn't truly know what made them great. I'm pretty sure because what is it that every single MCU movie does these days in terms of trying to capture the old feel? What do they market themselves as? Oh, fun, very goofy, very Josh Whedon-esque type of humor movies. They were like, yes, that's what people like. People liked that Josh Whedon humor, and let's just insert that into every single movie. They even tried marketing the Marvels the exact same way. It's very fun. It's different from other Marvel movies. It's silly, it's goofy, it's fun, and it's like that's what like almost every single one of these movies is at this point. This isn't unique. So they try and sell the movies on that, but like that's not what people fell in love with the MCU. That isn't what it was. So it's just like,
you think Kevin Feige is like not really him, like how he's like kind of portrayed as like the guy Like he's this genius who knew how to weave all these together perfectly and hold all these directors together. Like he's the guy. He just kind of stumbled into success.
The truth of the matter is, I don't think he was ever the guy that people like to claim he was, but he used to be more mindful, at least. He's sitting here criticizing the direction the MCU is going, even though he was involved in the direction that it was going. Like, he made a lot of the decisions, and he's sitting here criticizing it like he couldn't have prevented this in some capacity, even though with the role that he has in the MCU, he absolutely could have. The MCU was never really that great of a cohesive, overarching story. Things actually weren't really built that well for a lot of the stuff that ends up coming later. They were very small things, but it worked decently well for what they were trying to do. I still think that the MCU went way too fast into getting to Thanos and whatnot, and they wasted Ultron and whatnot, but it's like they became too reliant on the fact that they thought that they can make money with anything, so all the worst qualities of the MCU just came to the forefront. And it's so unfortunate, because it used to be so fun. I used to look at even the movies I didn't even like, I would still look forward to watching them. And now I can barely get through an MCU movie.
I gotta watch Thunderbolts, but yeah, you're right. It doesn't draw me like it used to. Like there was a time where like me and my friend, we absolutely had to go to the movie and watch it like immediately. And now it's just like I can just watch some highlights, or I can watch a review about it, or I really don't need to see it. I can watch it later. So
I've been burned by too many MCU movies. Like, I loved Wanda as a character. I loved her. Thought she was awesome. And they massacred her beyond belief.
Wait, did you like WandaVision?
No. I mean, I did, and then I thought about it more, and then I was like, oh, I still enjoy it, but like, I can't say that this is like a well done story into me. But I enjoyed the idea of WandaVision. All the damage that they did to her in that show could have been repaired, but then Multiverse of Madness, well, they threw her off a cliff and fed her to wolves.
Yeah, that was
because Multiverse of Madness, Wanda wasn't meant to be the villain in the original draft of the film. She was meant to be built up as a villain. Like, she was meant to like go slower and slower into madness over that film. Michael Waldron, because he's greedy, he was like, why should another filmmaker get the coolest character ever? Let's just fast track her into making her into a villain with no build-up. That's a great idea, isn't it? No, it's not. My goodness, I want to slap that man. I want to slap you. Oh my goodness. I hate it. And then
Oodie,
they subsequently
Kamui,
ruined Doctor Strange as well.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
That's very interesting.
Oh, are we still live?
Yeah.
Oh, we are?
Wow. Wait, Oodie.
I am so sorry. My bad.
So I just figured Kamui was eating his Chinese food, so I was gonna give him some time to eat, not cook, but to eat. You have any idea for like a Boruto movie right now? Given the first 23 chapters, would you even be interested in that?
A movie of the first 20. Well, first of all, if we're making a movie, it should not be about the first 23 chapters of Boruto 2 Blue Vortex. That would make a terrible movie to end it off there. So
that'd be a dope movie, bro.
To end it off at 2 Blue Vortex chapter 23. That's where you want the movie to end off at. Just making sure.
Bro, think of like well, this is probably a bad example, but like stuff like Lord of the Rings or like Stranger Things or like Harry Potter. Like they have like, hey, this is really one movie, but they cut it into 2 parts. You could possibly do it. You have a second movie to follow up with. You never know.
I'd rather they just write a filler movie.
Although I will say those seasons or movies do have like a definitive conclusion as it, but yeah.
Adapt 23 chapters of True Blue Vortex into one movie.
Plus, I feel like if they do a movie, then we aren't going to get an anime adaptation at all.
Yeah.
Which means
really?
not.
They did do it with the Boruto movie, but the difference there is it
time.
started as a movie before anything else, so it's not the same. Like
it started as a movie before they thought of a TV show.
Yeah, so it's not the same.
If you had to come up with an idea for a Boruto movie, what would it be?
Filler.
How about that?
I got a good one.
Yeah.
So, first of all, if I am the Boruto movie director, I go to Ikimoto, I ask, what are your plans with Urashiki? When he says nothing, I make an Urashiki return movie.
Yep, I'm so down. I don't care what you write, I will enjoy it.
Urashiki's Revenge.
Yes.
Okay, I like it. It's like the Broly movies.
So, Mello, with that as a premise, would you prefer they do another time slip arc? To where, I don't know, they go to Shippuden or something else with Urashiki? Or just an Urashiki-focused movie?
Just an Urashiki-focused movie.
They go back into the Hashirama era, and they drop Urashiki into there.
Because all it's going to do is just, the more you place Urashiki in the past, the more you need to incorporate the people in the past, the more you're going to lower his power level.
All you do is amp up the scaling more.
Yeah, you'll be just fucking up the scaling. Keep him in the present to where he has to not fight base Jiraiya, okay? Like fucking getting Naruto, okay? Like, no. Now, maybe you can give him, like, grunts or lieutenants that they have to battle, but for whatever reason, they don't write... They don't write like how I'm used to like seeing anime and stuff. So like it's like you watch a Garlic Jr. or Dead Zone, Dragon Ball. Like they're not boxing with like Garlic Jr. immediately. He has grunts that they have to go through just to get to him. So you can incorporate side characters through that mechanic, but they don't seem to want to do that. So I wouldn't go.
Urashiki should have just been fought by just Jiraiya and Sasuke. Like Boruto and Naruto should have been knocked out from one of his blows, and then just call it a day. He should have been taken out by Jiraiya and running on Sasuke.
Yeah, I thought the Grimes might be that, but they don't really. I mean, they kind of play the role of the grunts, but more so like they don't have consciousness or like personality. So
okay, Mello, I was talking about this in the comment section earlier with someone. I was debating.
They're as fodder as it seems to be.
So I was debating someone named Six Paths Ashra. Maybe you recognize that username in the comments, but
yeah.
So okay. Who do you think would win? 1,000 claw grimes? No, like code control or anything. Just 1,000 random claw grimes just on their own, or 1,000 Zetsu once again just on their own. Who wins? Or just in general, who do you think's stronger, Zetsu or the claw grimes? I was going over this in the comment section earlier. But...
Are they relative?
I would say
is Black Zetsu included?
Nah.
What I would
has the likes of Chocho, Inojin, or Shikadai ever defeated a claw grime?
Yeah.
Nobody.
At least
I don't think. No.
Like actually properly defeated, or not just knocked it down.
No.
I don't think they have.
Well, they stopped it from continuing to attack in one scene at least. Like Chocho punched it and just never did anything after that.
I mean, I guess it depends on how you want to define defeat, but
the fact that Chocho's saying they're not an issue is to me implying that they're taking them down.
Well, there you go. That's your definition.
Although I do think Chocho is
So where I would maybe start is like, what's the most impressive thing that a grime, just like not the one with the Rinnegan, just like the normal grime, has done? And I would say the most impressive thing to me is draw out Sage Mode from Mitsuki. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but the problem is that's not impressive anymore.
At this point, Mello, I could draw out Sage Mode from Mitsuki.
Bro,
at the very least,
Sage Mode the same way Naruto used KCM.
Yeah. At the very least,
ever
though,
since
it's a starting point.
took over, Mitsuki has never not used Sage Mode in a fight.
Bro,
every one of Mitsuki's fights, he has exclusively used Sage Mode in every encounter, even in the freaking interrogation room.
Because Ikimoto is still not given a reason why he never used it in part 1. We still don't know. If you're manga only, you have no idea why Mitsuki did not use it in the manga.
Yeah, just keep in mind, he didn't use it against Boro, but he's using it against Claw Grimes.
Exactly, bro. I'm like, what is happening, bro? What is this?
The Mitsuki stuff is at the very least, it's a good place to start. And then you take a look at the Zetsu. If they they're very similar. They can get behind you and absorb your chakra and then mimic you. So I'm not sure how that mechanic works precisely, but if say they did that to Ishiki, maybe they can just be Ishiki level. So maybe they can upscale through that mechanic. But it's interesting. I will go with the Zetsu though. They seem to have a network that they can communicate with. They seem to have more versatility in terms of lore. I mean, you even have the Orochimaru stuff as well, with him using them as a vessel or a body to gain more power for the reanimations. You have none of this lore for the Grimes, so
yeah.
We also don't know if this only applies to the original, but the original can just do that spore jutsu that just ultimately stops the Mizukage from killing Sasuke. And we don't even know how that works. And Black Zetsu with that slight sliver of white Zetsu still on him was just using wood style against the Mizukage and that entire squad. And Black Zetsu, without that sliver of white Zetsu that just disappears randomly, never uses wood style, which implies it's coming from white Zetsu, who's the Hashirama clone thing. So that would imply the original white Zetsu should be able to use wood style, arguably on the level that Black Zetsu does versus the Kage. So white Zetsu might just be Kage level, at least the original. He might be, even though he's a quote-unquote not a fighter.
It just has a lot of great
How many white Zetsu were defeated the second day of the war, or the first day? Versus how many Shinobi got defeated? Wasn't it 2,000 to 1,000?
Yes, no, it was... Sorry.
Oh, what was it?
Sorry.
I don't remember.
There was 100,000 white Zetsu, and I think it was 80,000 Shinobi. I think it's 50,000 both sides. At the end.
Yeah, you're right.
They're both kind of...
Yeah, so they're just yeah, the Zetsu can combined together to create new forms.
Exactly.
They're way more versatile, and they have a lot of great hacks based abilities. Yeah, I'd go with Zetsu for sure.
I agree. And if you go with the anime, they have a weird pink poisonous cloud thing they can do. They got a lot of weird things they can do. I think they can turn their hands into swords as well. They got a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Even if you want to count what they're doing for 5 Kage Summit Sasuke, regardless of putting spores on the Kage, they're on Sasuke, so if Sasuke gets blown backwards into a wall, they'll just make a cushion. If they can do that for one another, they have teamwork, they have consciousness, they have strategy, I think they would.
How did they lose to equal amounts of Jonin though? Well, to less amount of Jonin though. The Zetsu lost more numbers, I'm pretty sure, than the Jonin did.
I think they might just I think the thing that makes them powerful scaling wise is that they can upscale if they can steal your power or steal your chakra. But normally they should just be probably anywhere ranging tuning the Jonin level.
But you can also add you can also add those to Ron. So there's no other than the original White Zetsu and Black Zetsu who weren't really in that part of the war. The White Zetsu clones are all just the same level. There's no Kage plus level Zetsu to just body 100,000 human shinobi. The way you have Kitsuchi and Kuretsuchi just joining together to do their mountain jutsu that just kills 500 Zetsu. The Zetsu don't have that, so the increased numbers of Zetsus dying could just be from the top tier people like Kitsuchi and Kuretsuchi doing all the heavy lifting, whereas the average Zetsu is just killing the average ninja in the Alliance.
I would even argue
they might be
the average Zetsu could be stronger than the average ninja because the characters with names are the top 1% that are killing thousands of Zetsu each.
Exactly. So that would mean the average Zetsu is killing dozens of the regular shinobi to even it out.
Yeah.
It's like
so they're probably lowest high tuning, probably Jonin, maybe even a little bit stronger than the average Jonin.
But yeah, that's the most thing. That's the most impressive thing to me about the Zetsu. It's just they're like a canvas or like a great foundation. Like with the Orochimaru, he can use them to amplify. With Obito, he can be used to amplify. They can be used to amplify. But on their own, maybe not. In numbers, certainly with their intelligence and their hack-based abilities, they can like jump you, get behind you, and then absorb your power, and then upscale that way. But it's really through that potential to upscale, and then like what they can be used for other like they're just vastly more. And then the lore associated with them, they're just completely better. Even if the Grimes may scale like individually more powerful, their lack of intelligence, strategic planning, the lack of hack-based abilities, outside of like the one
they are
have.
dumber than the Zetsu for sure.
Yeah, they're cooked. They're cooked.
I don't even think the Zetsu are really dumb. I think they're medium to smart intelligence-wise.
Yeah.
I think they're average intelligence.
I think the Zetsu like your average human intelligence without like the worldly experience of
I would say they're average ninja intelligence, and I would say ninjas are on general smart.
Clockwork, on the other hand, are just randomly running around.
I would also say
their Clawgrimes just go kill.
The Clawgrimes usually off guard people, sneak behind him, whatever. They did that to start in like chapter 2, where Soegi, the hero, had to jump in to save the day. As opposed to the Zetsu, I think for the most part they're like overwhelming some of the topper tiers by working together. Like Hinata, they were gonna kill her if Naruto didn't show up when he did. Neji, they literally just like grabbed him by opening his chest and sucked him in. So I think they're just like beating these people fair and square.
And that's not the original. Like I said, the original probably is stronger just based off what Black Zetsu did, but that like 1-inch sliver of White Zetsu.
Now, one of the arguments that shout out Patrick Torres, we all love Patrick Torres, he refused to even argue with me if I'm daring to say that the White Zetsu are possibly stronger, considering the Clawgrimes have Shibai cells, when really they just are Tintel's minions, the same as like the War Arc ones, regardless if you think they're stronger, weaker, or the same as those. The Shibai cells aren't amping their physicals, it's giving them claw marks, which they don't use. So effectively,
even them, they're kind of dumb. You don't know that they're utilizing their power in the best way that they could be. So like, could they be stronger than the Zetsu? Probably. And maybe they even are, but since they're so dumb, and they kind of just go kill, it's not hard to like just like overcome them if you're like maybe relative in strength.
Yeah, well then you get to the evolution of both. I mean, the Clawgrimes, they have that one that got the Rinnegan and seemingly was stronger, but then the Zetsu, you see what they can do in the Boruto era, so...
Yeah, exactly. So like, they're beating Konohamaru.
But even without that, even in the War Arc, they are physically, literally just teaming up, and I mean like they're like the Necromorph from Dead Space. They're jumping on one another, combining their body in this weird amalgamation to be stronger.
That's actually the perfect example. Actually, Dead Space. That's exactly what I was thinking of. It's a perfect example. No, but well, you know, if they jump behind Jura and absorb some of his chakra, they should be Jura level. They should be able to.
I don't think that's true, but I think they would get some of Jura's abilities and probably a little bit of power, but I don't think they'd be Jura level.
Fair enough.
Because, like, from what we see in the War Arc, they just copy the chakra signature, which gives them the same abilities, but they aren't that person's capabilities. Similarly to the... And this was, like, the point in the Naruto Road to Ninja movie. If you remember, at the beginning, a lot of Zetsu are cloning the entire Akatsuki, which is, like, the Konoha 9 or whatever, just go in and just foderize. Like, Choji's beating up Pain.
To this day, I've not seen that movie.
Oh,
I've yet to see it.
Spoilers.
That's a fun movie.
I have to check.
I like that movie.
Did I tell you? Did I tell you that movie was made in 3 months?
You did, yeah.
Damn. Movie in 3 months.
That's pretty crazy.
That movie was. That movie had a terrible. Yeah,
the beginning looks nice.
Bro, the level of like pain and torture they put them through, that must have been hell for them.
Yes, exactly. Oh my goodness. Like the character of Menma, his character design wasn't completed until 2 months before the movie came out.
Ugh.
In theaters.
And the Code Arc animators want to complain. Ugh.
They got some weird customs over there. Like, I was doing some research into it. Like, they have this whole like drinking culture to where like you have to, it's like disrespectful to like disapprove or like not go to like the little drinking parties after work or something. And then like if you don't drink, it's like frowned upon. Like you'll ruin your career. So they end up having like alcoholism problem.
The reason the real reason is because Japan is a country that, I mean, as you know, they do the like the work culture thing. They're very heavy into like the workaholics because hard work is obviously very smiled upon over there. But why would hard work be smiled upon over there as opposed to the rest of the world? Japan's a very small nation and they need to stay together. That's why they have rules. If they didn't, then the entire country would fall apart because of all the natural disasters. So things such as like tsunamis are the reason to where they like look forward to the better days, which is how those cultures that they've built up over time, those value systems, how they came to be in the first place. So in a way, that's where that respect system comes from. It's from those people that desperately wanted to survive after all those natural disasters and then like instilled what they used to survive into their children.
I just don't like the aspects of the alcohol, but apparently like even if you like you're passed out drunk on the sidewalk, it's like culturally like they don't arrest you or anything like that. They actually like everybody starts taking care of you. It's almost like they treat you like a child or something. It's weird. It's weird. Yeah. Like if I went to Japan and I saw like a drunk person, I would think like I think it was fucking wino or fucking drunk guy. Like, Jesus,
Wino? Is that a superhero name? What do you mean wino?
I don't fucking know. I don't drink, so I don't know what they call drunk people.
They say drunk. Look at this drunk, Mello. That's what they say. They say drunk.
I mean, there could be multiple words for the same thing to describe the same concept.
I've never heard
wino. I'm pretty sure they call people who drink a lot of wine winos, right? Isn't that where that's from?
No, but most of these people aren't drinking just wine, though.
I don't fucking know, bro. Okay, drunk. Okay, so if I see a drunk on the street, I'm like, okay, drunk ain't shit. That's what my mom taught me, right? So, but to them, a drunk is like, oh, this poor man, this poor man. Let us help him. Let us give him like the clothing off our back. It's like, okay, that's interesting. Americans just don't give a fuck, I guess.
Yeah,
I respect it. I respect the concern. I don't respect the drinking, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I recently watched the Road to Naruto movie. That movie ranges in quality. Like you can tell some of that looks like your standard TV anime episode, and I mean like your average Naruto episode. The movie's not actually the quality of a movie for most of its runtime. Like compare it to a lot of the other Naruto movies, it is vastly inferior. But like it's still impressive that they were able to get it done.
Boring parts.
Yeah.
To be fair, I don't think a lot of the movie needed to be animated well. A lot of it is gag and or exposition and or character moments.
Well, you're correct. This is a movie, and a lot of Naruto movies had a lot of character acting regardless, because that's just kind of what characters... That's what a lot of films
Yeah, but those are telling an original story with original characters in an original location with an original story. This is just alternate Naruto.
It's still an original story.
It's like the premise of the movie.
Who would you say is the best written character in the first 23 chapters of TBV?
Could make a case for a few different people.
Well, if
would you say Sauron?
Nothing. I was about to rage bait. It's okay.
Okay. I would say Soegi.
Oh god.
I'm only saying that because Sauron said that. Assuming that
to be fair, what can you critique about Soegi?
Yeah,
nothing.
Assuming
that?
I have a funny answer.
Okay, go for it.
Naruto.
That's a funny answer, actually.
You could make that work. Assuming that Jura's being written the way that we hope he is, I'll go with him.
That was what I was gonna say. Same for Ada. Assuming things are correct.
Mitsuki used to be good.
That's a crazy answer. Assuming he's as good as we think he is, and we're not just reading into it, and he's not actually trash.
Oh, that's right.
Crazy.
Yep, it entirely depends on if we're right or not.
So basically, if I'm writing this story, it's good if he's actually doing what he might be actually doing. Okay.
Kamui, this might be the perfect time to introduce Mello to our newest Jura theory.
Which one? Are you referring to?
You know which one.
Hold on. Can you guys answer the question real quick?
Oh, is it the one that where Jura and Mello are the same?
Yes.
So you both agree that Jura is the best written character?
Yeah. Do you have another answer?
Think/hope.
Okay. So what's your theory?
Okay.
But no, that's a great idea. You know, Mello, did you know that you and Jura have a lot in common?
Okay.
You have a disorder in common, you could say.
There's something. I mean, is there anything about yourself that you feel you tend to mention every now and then? Something you have.
Where is this going?
Sure.
I mean, like, you know, Mello, there's a certain phrase you like to use. It's you have blank brain. But there's a word in place of blank.
It's a very different type of hysterical distortion, if you will.
Does it start with an N?
No. There's no N.
No,
what is this fucking charades? Can I get a...
You know, it's an acronym.
Does it start with I and N?
No.
Okay, never mind.
So, like, Mello has a hilarious. Wait, I fucked it up.
A definitely hilarious disease.
I'm so hungry, bro. I don't know what the fuck.
Bro,
I mean, like, Mello.
I can't stop thinking of brownies, bro. I'm hungry as fuck.
Start listing off things about yourself. You know, like, some standout things you have.
Odd?
But you may have mentioned on, every stream ever.
I wonder what that could be. A disorder that I have that I mention a lot.
Well, it's a distractingly humble disorder.
Give me the answer to that one.
Does it start with an A?
Sauron, don't say it out loud. We have to wait till Mello gets it.
Yeah.
Ironically, the reason he's not getting it is probably because of it.
Does it end with a D?
So Mello has a distraction horrifically distracting.
That was almost good.
I'm so
the words didn't make sense in the sentence structure, but I'll pick different words. But,
that wasn't. Whereas you're right. That isn't where the message lies.
You get it now, Mello?
I probably got it when you first mentioned the question, but my only hesitance is that they're so goofy that they'll try to the obvious answer won't be the obvious answer. There'll be some other shit.
What do you think the obvious answer is?
Well, gee, I don't know. My what was it? What did you say to try to get to the acronym? Horrific.
Horrific.
Distractingly
hilarious disease.
Oh my gosh, bro.
A dangerously hilarious disorder.
I knew that it was ADHD, but I didn't think y'all were actually gonna go there. So I was like, it can't be ADHD.
No one's guessed it yet. It's wrong.
He got it. He got it, bro.
That's
he
exactly
got it.
what. I was like, the obvious answer is not going to be with these knuckleheads.
Exactly. I thought it was gonna be something else. I thought it was gonna be something sarcastic.
Well, did you know that Jura has ADHD?
It's very, very bad. He's massively got it. Like, he's the case study.
Give me some examples.
He is a puppy, and if he sees anything, his attention has diverted.
It is on it 100%. If it moves, he's like a dinosaur. It's just he goes to it. Doesn't matter what it is.
I feel like, so when we first talked about this accidentally off stream, it sounded so much more impactful. Now we're saying it in the most hilariously goofy way.
I think a lot of the punch was in the build up to it.
Yes.
And my reluctance to give the obvious answer. So, yeah.
Well,
but in a more seriousness, like, there's many times Juro has the opportunity to do something, whatever his goal is. He has the opportunity to head down his path to evolution. But the moment any new thing just shows up, whether it's important or not, bro is locked in. He turns his head 90 degrees, looks at it, and runs that way instead of doing what he was going to do. Because bro is like a puppy.
Well, I appreciate the comparisons to a puppy. Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
My puppy has definitely got ADHD.
No, I think that's just puppies.
Not everyone.
All puppies might have ADHD.
Not everyone has ADHD, but all puppies.
Everyone in this chat does.
But like, think about it. He switched his target from Naruto to Himawari. Team Ino Shikacho interested him. He went after them instead. He was gonna kill Boruto in chapter 13. Hidari's Thorn Soul thing came up. He did that instead. Now what do you have? He was about to kill Boruto. Now Kawaki's here. He can't care less. He forgot Boruto existed. He's going after Kawaki. Like, it's consistent every single time. He's just going after whatever new thing there is. If randomly through a claw mark, if Himawari screams at Jura, I'm over here, then Jura's just gonna stop fighting Kawaki and go to Himawari.
Hold on, real quick. So I think Sarda's the best written character in TPZ. Would you disagree with this?
I think she's better written in part 1.
Surprised that was your answer.
I knew that was your answer. That's why I said Sarda.
Is that what you? I didn't.
Yeah.
Well, Mello, I think that you think Sarda is your pick for the entire Naruto franchise in its totality of this one.
No. I think probably Kakashi.
No.
I think Kakashi is probably the best for it.
Interesting.
But I'm biased in that sense too. So
okay.
Do you think that she's the best written character in totality of Boruto?
Probably not, but because that's a bold claim, and I'll have to take different continuities into consideration. Because some canon doesn't cross over.
You're right. Oh my gosh, I just almost choked.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. But yeah, no. Threw me off.
I choked on my water.
I think yeah, that did kind of throw me off. I think for no, I'm just
I'm
fucked
so
up right now.
sorry.
I think with Sarda, they introduced like conflicts and issues with her that are linked to her past in like part 1, and then they actually kind of resolve. So like she has like a whole arc almost, like well, not even almost, like they just resolve it around the Ryu fight. She just comes to her own realizations and kind of like is able to arrive at like a conclusion as a result. Now they didn't resolve all of the talking points, obviously, but I don't think any other character that's been reintroduced so far has that kind of full development in that way.
So
I can't think of one anyway.
Where in Boruto Part 1 was she holding herself back?
Why are you bringing up Boruto Part 1?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that this was like a plot thread that was carrying over from earlier.
Oh,
like it's continuing.
Oh no, I said it was linked to it. If I okay.
So how does it link to Part 1?
So for me, it's mostly the thing that's being resolved is like this kind of her approach to things in terms of her emotions. Wait, where did Sauron go? Oh, I guess he just left. So it's kind of like her approach to things, and how she's like emotionally investing into like what's happening around her, if I'm describing that correctly. But so I think all of that kind of starts in Part 1 with the whole omnipotence and the Mangekyo shit, and then it kind of bleeds over. So it's just like linked, but there's like a origin to where I think that repression starts to begin, and then I think it carries over for 3 years, and then once you to TBV landscape.
I'm curious to hear your elaboration. So is there anything in Part 1 to point to? Or is it like looking back with Two Blue Vortex knowledge, you can say that's where it started?
Give me a second. I would say it's probably... I don't think there's something I can point to that would lead me to believe in Part 1 that she's like emotionally repressed. Okay. That I can recall.
Yeah. And obviously I'm asking you to like recall the entirety of the prophecy arc, which is a little bit unfair, but I mean, you get the idea.
Well, I'm thinking like because she didn't have very many moments. It was a big arc, but she was showcased a few times. So I'm thinking when she showed up at the stone faces right before Boruto got the scar, it's like, okay, well, her outward emotions is what's propelling her to even act against the Hokage's or like the Shikamaru's wishes, to go against her superior's wishes. So she's not repressing anything in that instance. She's outwardly expressing, and then then it's another instance where I'm not sure if this is relevant, but it does come to mind. Her stating her motivations to Mitsuki on the balcony. She was like kind of pissed that she wasn't there to help Boruto after they found that he died. So that to me would be an outward expression as well. And then also the awakening of the Mangekyo. That to me is an outward expression. She expresses her intent that she wants her father to go help him. That's an outward emotion. She's crying outwardly. The awakening itself is because of the outward expression. So I wouldn't say there's anything to point to her pressing anything as far as I can think of.
I wouldn't use this because I personally don't believe in this. You could point to that moment and say she felt helpless and that she couldn't do anything, which is why she wanted Sasuke, who she would consider to be stronger, to go help Boruto. I don't think that's true. In fact, I don't even think she awakened the Mangekyo because of Boruto at all. I think it's exclusively because she heard Naruto died, which is why she fell down to her knees in the first place, as opposed to wanting to chase after Boruto.
Well, me bringing up, I might have said Boruto, but me bringing up that instance is more so just trying to bring up moments where she was expressing herself emotionally out. Instead of inwardly. That's more so why I brought that up. Not necessarily to link it to like her feelings with Boruto. But I would say to your point, even if she may feel like that she can't do anything, she was still using Sasuke as an agent of her will. So I think through that she can get some kind of like what's the word I'm looking the car it's like a therapeutic word for relief. But yeah, to give some relief. There you go. Yes, that one. I can never say that word. How do you say it? Say it again.
Cathartic.
Cathartic. Okay. Okay. That's probably why I started off wrong.
Well, it's funny because we're basically arguing for each other's sides. So you were arguing why it wouldn't be there, and I was arguing why it would be there, when I don't think it is there, and you are pointing to it as it being. It's weird. Okay. Basically what happened there, I think.
I am high, to be fair. So I mentioned that part. Okay,
yes. But basically, it is sort of a meme, but me and Kamui generally think that it's
doesn't really feel consistent with her character from part 1. Similar to Himawari, who in our opinion, they just randomly gave her the preconceived biases thing and are rolling with it as some new character thing that doesn't have anything to do with her character up until that point at all. It's just some new thing that Ikimoto just decided to give her randomly.
Bias.
It could be. I completely acknowledge that.
No, I mean, like, what do you mean? Like, what are her preconceived biases?
What Kurama tells Himawari when she's fighting Jura, or about to.
Yeah, when he just tells her to get rid of him.
It's like some character flaw thing that she has. Very similar to Sarada in that regard. Like, Kurama was being Yodo for Sarada in that moment.
Okay.
But, it's definitely
I'm weird. Fair enough.
I mean, this
like
is...
You guys have reached the, yeah?
This is from the same man that randomly decided that Boruto didn't call Sasuke his master in part 1, so...
Jesus. What?
It's true.
So, just on so you disagree then? I didn't get your, like, you agree, disagree, like, with my whole, like, after I explained my positioning with her, because I think you were, like, getting me, like, you brought up the, like, I was explaining that for a reason because you brought it up. Because you were like, I told you it was linked to part 1. It was, like, linked in what way, and I was explaining in what way.
Well, I don't think I ever.
I just didn't know where you
disagreed.
I didn't know where you were going after
place.
that.
So
okay.
I'm sorry. So the original question. So what is linking Sarada to part 1? Like, what is the original thing that is the link, rather than like the two scenes?
Oh no, I was just saying it's linked because
But no. What I'm saying is, what is
that's where
it in this case?
Oh yeah, it being the thing that I believe is resolved during the Ryu fight, which would be her the way she's like approaching things, her perspective, and the way she's applying her emotions to things. So that's what it would be. I'm trying to find a word or a few words to sum up what the concept I believe it is, but I think it's like her perspective, her emotional application to a certain situations, that type of thing. So I think it being that kind of starts in part 1, so it's linked.
Yeah, I think we are on the exact same page on all of this. So I do think it was resolved. I do think it started in like chapter 80 or whatever. I don't think we can necessarily pinpoint chapter 80 without two Blue Vortex knowledge. Thus it's in a way inconsistent. I think everything there I agree with. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like
fair enough. The only reason why I thought you disagree, because when I asked the question originally, I think you and Kamui said Jura. But that was the only reason why I disagree. But yeah. Okay.
Well, if Jura's written the way that we hope he is, I think he's the best character. But I agree with you that I think the Sarada thing is there in terms of how it's linked or whatever.
Fair enough. Sarada's the best written character. Let's go.
That's not what I said.
That's what I'm saying. If you agree with me, then you have with my conclusion. So far, time of recording, she's the best written character. Like the first 23 chapters, she's the best written TV
definitely
character.
Something missing there. But okay. I would say I think Sarada in part 1 was written extremely well, even if she was vacant most of the story. I would say the parts she was written for, overarching wise, was very well. And I'd say she's obviously a lot more present in part 2, but
okay, so you do agree she's the best written character in TBV?
No.
So far. Okay, so we don't agree. So you got Jura as the best written. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to get back to. Okay. Fair enough. That's all I had.
So. Okay. If not Jura, Kamui, do you have another answer? That's like not a meme answer like Mamushi, who is just cool and we enjoy the most, but who would be best written? If we're going with best written and we're looking at only the best rather than overall, so aka we're removing the worst, then I would say Mitsuki, if not Ada.
Okay. Why?
Mainly the chapter 8 or 9 conversation that they had together, but also Mitsuki's fight with Boruto in chapter 7 and stuff, as well as Mitsuki was the MVP of this mission in my opinion, to some extent, the sand mission.
Mitsuki was the MVP of this mission.
Minus the bad part.
It's certain aspects.
Yeah. With asterisks, yes.
Okay.
It's very analytical, very deductive, and if you remove the dumb parts, he's very good.
Barry is doing a lot of work there, I have to say, but fair enough.
I'll take it.
Look how many that little panel I posted. How many? I just realized how many moments this girl has. She probably has more moments so far than she did in all of Part 1.
I don't think moments necessarily dictates good writing, though. It can lead to good writing, but I don't think it in and of itself is good writing. I think it's connective points, but the connective tissue would be the writing.
Well, no, I wouldn't say moments equates to good writing, but I will say having great highlight moments will equate to the increased, well, at least I believe,
perception?
The increased popularity of a character.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah, and it can make her definitely more enjoyable, a lot more liked, a lot more fun to watch, a lot more hype even.
Why even do the whole, Mangekyo triangle pattern aesthetic behind her and the whole posing if you're not trying to create an epic moment, right? You could have easily written that scene without any of that, but there's a reason for it. It serves a utility. In fact, I would even argue for or Shikadai, who aren't going to get a lot of screen time, you should prioritize moments more so to boost their characters' development, quote unquote development. I would say more so than how you would try to write out a really intricate story arc for a Sarada or a Boruto or Kawaki. You would obviously want to do both, but priorities. If you're limited on time.
It reminds me of the Naruto versus Sasuke final fight at the end of Part 1, to where Sasuke Chidori stabs Naruto through the chest. Naruto activates the Nine Tails because we're friends, and then you see the Nine Tails behind Naruto.
Right. Unnecessary. Didn't need to do it.
Yeah, except there was an actual fight after that, as opposed to Sarada. But you get the idea.
Yeah. And there's a lot of moments like that. So, and he's very he tells a story through his visuals, quite a bit. But everyone does that. But
when the visuals are good.
Yeah, the whole Kawaki thing. It's just paralleling. That's why I consider this a brand new Kawaki. It's paralleling Boruto showing up.
Well,
so I think it's doing the same thing for Kawaki.
Got its limiters off. It's definitely the same Kawaki. But you get the idea.
Nah, I think it's obviously it's literally right, but you get maybe my point. Just from I guess a vibe standpoint, a thematic standpoint, I think it marks the reintroduction of his character in the same way when Boruto shows up in chapter 1, it's the reintroduction of his character. He shows up, stands on top of a person, attacks his head, dodges a swipe. The visuals are all there, the parallel. If you ran them side by side, it'd be damn near identical, at least in vibe. So the same work that scene was providing for Boruto, I think he was doing for Kawaki from a thematic standpoint.
Okay,
but we'll see.
Interesting. By the way, I don't actually believe that Kawaki definitively hasn't got his limiters off. I'm not on that stance. I'm rolling with it because it's funny and because I'm being especially forced down that side, and also because Kamui said it at some point. I'm on the stance to where I don't think the story is definitively trying to say that, and we can't confidently say that it is. Kamui said earlier that, that's what the story's trying to say. Well, if the story doesn't do that, then no, the story wasn't actually trying to say that. You were just wrong, Kamui. You're just making an assumption. You think that's where the story is leading in the direction of.
No, because Jura literally says that Kawaki has powered up tremendously. He's questioning
from last time. Yeah. Last time where he didn't fight Kawaki.
No. This was after seeing base Kawaki before using Karma. So even if you want to argue, even though Kawaki used Karma against her the first time, if you want to argue he didn't, okay, he'd be comparing base to base.
Still, base Kawaki can use more power in one instance than the other. Like, look at Lee when he takes his weights off.
But then still he wouldn't be... But that isn't what Kawaki's doing.
If he's using more power, then it is what he's doing.
But he's not, right?
I mean, he blatantly is, but that's okay.
But not because he's just trying harder.
It doesn't have to be with trying harder. It's about with using more power.
But he wasn't, like, restraining himself like Sarada.
Wait, so what's your top 5 strongest characters right now, Oodie?
Well, I got Damon at number 1, Shibai at number 2. From there, you can just fill in the rest. I don't really care.
Fair enough.
You could say Jura, and then I guess maybe you could fill in Boruto, Kawaki, Sarada, depending on what you want to do. You could say the other Shinju, maybe Mamushi, who knows.
Consult our tier list.
Oh, I forgot Ada. You have to include Ada in there, obviously. Maybe Koji if you want. Maybe Code if he actually is on that level. But
you want to just pull up the tier list?
Oh no, you never answered this question, Oodie. And don't pull up that damn tier list. Please don't do it. I'm too high for this. Okay, that would send me to the Twilight Zone. Okay.
Okay. What question? What question?
Where would you rank the Naruto Boruto power system in anime?
Yeah, you did ask that. Well, it's just using Naruto's power system minus the complexity plus the karma seal, and that's pretty much it. Oh, plus Shinjutsu. So I would say it's decently below Naruto's, unless you want to count it as the Naruto franchise in totality. But I would consider Naruto very high up there. It's at least my favorite. I don't know about best written or intricate. That's a little bit more difficult to answer. I would say it's worse than Dragon Ball Z because it's very clearly much more inspired by Dragon Ball Z than it is Naruto, ironically. And it's just doing Dragon Ball Z but worse. But Dragon Ball Z is very high up there. I'd like to say Super Vortex power system, it's pretty mid even.
The question is, how does the Naruto Boruto versus power system compare to other anime? So where's the rank? So for like example,
Oodie
right?
definitely has a better perspective than I do because I only have a few to work with. But
I feel like Jujutsu Kaisen's really what you can like compare it to.
Jujutsu Kaisen, Hunter x Hunter. I'm not going to count Attack on Titan for this. So
yeah, like My Hero, Hunter x Hunter, Jujutsu Kaisen, Dragon Ball, One Piece. I guess
the thing is, they all do different.
I've never seen that, but Fire Force.
If we're looking at Two Blue Vortex specifically, I'd say, well, Fire Force is probably, unironically, Fire Force might be my number 1. That's up there with Mob Psycho. I think Hunter x Hunter is probably the most in-depth, intricate, complex one, but that doesn't necessarily equate to quality.
Yeah,
what is One Punch Man's power? Do you guys watch that show?
I've seen One Punch Man.
I don't even know what power system they have in that show.
It's pretty cool. Ignoring the main character, that's where it gets interesting because everyone else is where you scale to. It's I almost want to say like My Hero is the closest.
So it's like a genetic thing.
Yeah, it's almost like instead of quirks, everyone's a Nomu. Might be the best way to compare it like that.
So they're like mutants?
Yeah, like I would say that, yeah. There's a lot of mutants.
Chimeras?
And there are a lot of characters with abilities, for example, well... Yeah, there's a girl with, like, telekinesis as an example. That's not, like, a mutant thing. That is more just, like, an ability. But she's, like, a rare exception. Like, most people don't have a thing like that. a lot of it is
yeah,
just
I know
being
about her.
big and strong. Hunter x Hunter. Kamui, I'll just let you talk on that one.
Well, I was gonna say for me, if I was gonna compare, if I was gonna say two blue vortex
someone's around
separately
your
from
mic.
Naruto,
Someone's around your mic. Your mic sounds weird. Like you're in a
it might be
fishbowl.
because when I was shaving, I had to unplug headphones and switch to my. Oh, let me go back down. Hold on.
I don't want to inconvenience you. I just want to.
That's fine.
You know.
I'll go do that real quick.
I feel
But
bad because
I
I
would say-
sounded unconfident in my answer, but at least that means it was honest.
So if I'm gonna separate two blue vortex from like the rest of Naruto, just for the sake of this, then I would say I definitely like Hunter x Hunter's system more. When it comes to Naruto, especially like Naruto Part 1 and even earlier Shippuden, that might still be my favorite. But I do like Hunter x Hunters a lot. To me, JJK is just the worst Hunter x Hunter in terms of its power system. It is literally, when you really break it down, it's pretty much the same thing, but just I think Hunter x Hunter does it better. Like, personally, anyway.
I think JJK doesn't care for its own rules as much, but that at the same time, the loosey-goosey nature lets it be a little bit more creative, arguably.
But then again, though, but in Hunter x Hunter, there's, especially if you look at the manga, bro, this is way more abilities coming. Like, you know, like, there's just, it's plenty creative as it is. Yeah. So, yeah. And it's all reflective of whatever the character themselves, personality and or interests in what they want to make for an ability. I mean, basically, you just make whatever you want. Whereas with Naruto, you can't do that. Obviously, you can do a lot of creativity, but you can't just invent a brand new. You can't just invent the bubblegum jutsu. Like, I mean, if you have the bubblegum Kekkei, sure, but you can't just do that the same way. So, yeah, I really like. The problem is Naruto's and Hunter x Hunters are just so different in a way. Like, they have their similarities, but they're also so different, and I like both a lot. So it's hard to pick at that point.
Fair enough. So, like, if you had to pick like one ability from just anime that you would have, that's not super OP, but that's not like super weak, what would you pick? Technique, ability.
So where do we draw the line?
From any anime or Naruto?
Any anime. So, like, for instance, for me, I'm picking Hunter x Hunter Killua Godspeed.
Okay.
That shit's so fire.
But then it's not too OP. Like, you know, like, where do we draw the line on OP?
Well, I suppose you kind of mention it, and then like consensus, I guess.
Okay, so if we were gonna start with Naruto specifically, the first thing that come to mind for me are gonna be Kimimara's Bones, Kamui, and Flying Raijin.
Kamui. What are you talking about? You do not want Kimimara's Bones ability in real life. You're nuts.
Cool.
Okay.
Let's say goodbye to broken bones in old age, bro. You're just fine. You got the strongest bones in the world. Regeneration. You don't want to freaking heal when you get cut. It's built into the ability.
Like Hashirama's power.
Well, Hashirama died because of it, probably. Kimimaro, we don't know why he has a disease.
Okay, but regardless if it's why he has the disease or not, super regeneration still has the mitosis cell division effect. It's still not
but
good.
For whatever reason, so actually though, in Naruto, there's different ways of healing. So not all of the Naruto healing powers do the same thing that mitotic regeneration does. Not all of them do the cell division. So we don't know what Kimimara's healing does. Okay. But they don't all shorten your lifespan like that.
Wait, so what's your answer? The bones? You can only pick one.
The bones? Okay, so probably Kamui, but the bones would be cool. I would have no problems with it. But Kamui would be it. Because with Kamui, you get built in, teleport wherever you want, on top of other cool things. But that's pretty OP. So.
That's fair.
Okay. But if it's Hunter x Hunter, now it gets real tricky.
Maybe a lot any anime, like. Any cartoon you want.
I got a cool one. So, couple different answers. I'm gonna say this first one because I know you're gonna deny it anyways. One for all, so I can have all 7 of those quirks. That's too OP though, right? It's a cop-out answer. Not gonna let that slide.
Yeah, it's too OP.
Okay, okay. Then airbending from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Actually, airbend. No, that's a dope one.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, I got
think about everything you can do with it too.
That'd be fun.
So,
wait, you want to be a firebender with like you want to like lightning bend? I like Azula, so
I feel like firebending's too destructive for the real world. Airbending can be as destructive, but you have to like control it.
Okay. Fair enough.
So what about Skill Hunter or Yuta's copy?
Who's Yuta?
So at least Crollo has a lot of conditions for it, so it's balanced.
Oh.
Wait, yeah, it is just again? Like a steal all abilities thing, isn't it? Well, actually, no, but to be fair, Kamui, I'm not going to give you the book that has all the other abilities prior written into it. You can only steal abilities from the real world, so it's useless.
Okay. That's okay. Yeah, that would suck.
Another one. I don't know how practical this would be, but it would be cool. Mello, what do you think about Sho's ability from Fire Force? Shinra's brother, the Lightspeed dude.
Is that the one with dressing all white? The little kid?
Yeah, he got like the feather thing with this ability. You know what I'm talking about? Like pauses time or whatever.
I've only seen that one fight that he had with him. So I don't have any context before or after.
That's okay. That's where it's really
that one fight is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That shit that might be too OP, but that was cool.
I don't know, because what could you really do with that practically in real life?
I don't even know what the ability is. All I know is like visually what I saw. Like it was just crazy. Like that level of speed. It was like he was like slowing down time or like warping or something. And it's like he slowed down time. He was super fast and he was warping or some shit. It was weird.
Okay.
It was some perspective thing or whatever.
Yeah.
That show has such great sound effects. Like that whole like thing they do before they like that shit is so raw, bro. I've never seen an anime,
bro. #1 in production value. I stand by it. Ignoring season 3.
Yeah, that sounds great.
What about Nanika's wish granting?
Ignoring season 3 is crazy. Oh, what anime is this? Who is this? What's the ability? Wish granting.
Yeah, Nanika's wish granting.
Wait. Who's Naniko? Who's this?
Aluka's like other being thing. Killua's sister.
Am I this high?
It's the last arc of Hunter x Hunter.
The one with Kurapika going on the trip to the Dark Continent?
That's the manga.
No, the last of the anime.
So it's after the Chimera Ants.
Oh, Killlua's sister.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I am.
Yeah, Aluka's little Nanika thing that grants wishes.
Okay.
It's more of a curse.
The only problem is she can't grant her own wish.
She was in Godspeed and he had her on his back and he's like running, trying to invade his family.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus, if you have that, that's not you. That's a different entity in you.
Yeah, no, it's also you can't grant your own wish, seemingly, so.
Also, the fact that whatever wish you grant, it's gonna, like, do an equally bad thing to someone else randomly.
I think it's super fun.
No, it does depend on what the type of wish you grant, but...
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I said.
Keelan's Godspeed would just be cool.
I think wish granting is too powerful, though.
Oh,
but,
absolutely.
I think Kite's ability is so goofy.
Oh, his would be fun.
It's super powerful, but balanced, I think, because of the randomness. But it'll be a fun kind of ability to have in battle. You don't know what you'll get, but like, if you get something super OP, it's like, I get my Alien X roll. It's like, okay, GG. But you get just the versatility of your tactic. I think it'll be a fun ability.
I mean, I will say, if I want to, like, have fun and challenge myself as a fighter, I'm either picking Morel's Deep Purple or Hisoka's Bungee Gum, because it's so versatile, but you have to be smart with how you use it. But you get but if you are smart, you can have fun coming up with creative ass strategies like these guys do. Especially Hisoka with his card tricks. Like, that would just be fun to do.
Yeah, I love Hisoka. Yeah, that's a good pick. That's a good pick.
Okay.
I wonder what, like, I guess Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles don't have a power mechanic. Although,
do they in the Naruto thing that we haven't caught up on?
Yeah, it's like that and like Rise. I think they have like magical weapons or some shit. So maybe.
Yeah, what about that one movie where they go Pam? Like one of them like teleports or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I think they have like some kind of magical artifacts where they get those powers from. Man. I'm just curious. Good answers though. Good shit.
Okay.
Good shit.
I like it.
All right. I think I'm
Anyway, I need to go to bed. I was supposed to go to bed like 2 hours ago.
Yeah. All right, boys. I appreciate you. You be easy.
All right.
Peace. Later.
Bye.
And Kamui, who failed?
Dude, don't even get me started. It's so icky who failed. Oh, you know what we need to do? Okay, I don't know how we're gonna do it, but you know the Icky Vicky song from Fairly Odd Parents? We're gonna turn it into Icky Moto. So,
oh no!
The meanest thing we could do. Just send it to Dan and only Dan.
I'm down. Yeah, we have that be the new outro that plays.
Yeah, it's just like we just play the song for like 5 seconds and just put like Moto. We just yell Moto over Vicky.
I will write that in pinned messages. All right, bye everyone.
All right, bye. All right. We'll see if Camcam answers my message about tomorrow, but until then, we'll figure it out.